I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now, Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
And emotional. So I want to thank fellow Ghanaians. Good evening. It has been some time since I last came into your homes, so I want to thank you for having me again tonight. I've come because of two important events that both occurred last week on 17th May. The first is an update on the COVID-19 pandemic. The second is the recent agreement we have reached with the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Some 3 weeks ago, on 5th May, the World Health Organization, WHO, announced that COVID was no longer a public health emergency of global concern. It had taken 3 years, 5 months, and 20 days of unbelievable tumult, unrelenting pain and suffering, and emotional turbulence of a world turned upside down. But we have at last heard the words for which we had all been praying. The scientists and health experts tell us that we no longer have a public health emergency of international concern. They tell us also that there's evidence of reducing risks to human health from COVID-19 infections. This has led to the decreasing trend of COVID-19 related deaths, hospitalizations, and intensive care admissions. The world has also achieved the long hoped for immunity, and with improved clinical management, the experts say it is time to transition to long-term management of the COVID-19 pandemic. In other words, we can now breathe that collective sigh of relief. For even though we may still have to deal with sporadic, isolated outbreaks, the crisis itself has technically ended. The pandemic trend in Ghana is similar to the general global trend as announced by WHO. As of 15th May 2023, there have been 1,462 deaths attributable to COVID-19 in Ghana, with the last death being recorded on 8th January 2023. These are not mere figures or inconvenient statistics. They are dearly loved parents, sons and daughters, relations, friends and colleagues, whom we shall continue to miss dearly. May their souls rest in perfect peace. I am glad to report that currently we do not have any critical or severe cases. In general, since the first case was confirmed in our country on 12 March 2020, There have been 171,738 positive cases from 2,538,198 tests. You would recall that we started the COVID vaccination campaign in March 2021, and as at 25th May 2023, 25,170,382 vaccine doses have been administered. There are 10,566,420 fully vaccinated people. That is 52.7% out of the 20 million target we had set, with 4,599,883 persons having received booster doses. In the light of these facts, the COVID-19 task force, which I chair, met on 17th May and took some far-reaching decisions on the measures we have put in place for the management of the pandemic, which were announced by the Ghana Health Service on 19th May. The most important of these decisions was that the COVID-19 pandemic was over in Ghana. Thus, all the outstanding COVID-induced restrictions at our airports and all entry points have been lifted, and we are back to the pre-COVID situation as far as health entry requirements are concerned. It will be recalled that 3 years ago, we started with drastic measures and restrictions. The international airport was shut for months, and our land borders were closed to human traffic for almost 3 years. The hospitality industry was devastated. Hotels and restaurants and other social gathering places were shut down. Schools and universities and training institutions were shut down. Indeed, our world was turned upside down. That culturally defining Ghanaian symbol, the handshake, was prohibited and frowned upon, and we were advised not to hug our children and our loved ones. Churches, mosques, and other places of worship were closed for months, and our beaches remained emptied of human activity. Fellow Ghanaians, even our funerals, that sacred Ghanaian ritual, were stopped, and then attempts were made to change the tone and character of the funeral with the imposition of restrictions on how many can attend or be fed at the ceremony. Fellow Ghanaians, throughout these trying times, I kept urging all of you to believe that this too shall pass. Dare I say that this too has passed. The emergency is over, and we can safely lift many of the oppressive restrictions we've had to endure. We can shake hands, we can hug, we can visit, and we no longer have to wear masks. But it is strongly recommended that we keep some of the measures imposed during the crisis and integrate them into our everyday lives, because they have served us well and will continue to serve us well. I urge you all to continue with the regular hand washing and other personal hygiene measures so they become entrenched national habits. There has been a dramatic decrease in diarrhea diseases, and we have not had any cholera outbreaks these past 3 years. These developments are attributable mostly to the hand washing and improved hygiene regimen in our communities. It does not hurt to wear a mask if you have a cold, for example. It might protect those around you. If you are uncomfortable in a crowded and enclosed space, go out into the open and continue the new ways we have devised for outside entertainment. I hope there will be no argument that we should continue and institutionalize the periodic cleansing, disinfection, and fumigation of markets. Never again should our markets be breeding grounds for rodents. There are other ways in which this nightmare has brought some good dividends that must be acknowledged. It has led to the strengthening of our disease surveillance system, and this has been manifested in recent months by our ability to deal in a very rapid and aggressive way with outbreaks of frightening diseases like Marburg, Lassa fever, monkeypox, before they could turn into serious public health catastrophes. The pandemic also exposed some of the painful deficiencies we have and forced us to take some brave and necessary decisions, like the expansion of our network of health facilities under Agenda 111. I doubt very much that but for the pandemic, the network of health laboratories with capacity to do PCR testing in our country would have expanded exponentially from the initial 2 to 67 laboratories nationwide. And fellow Ghanaians, we have begun the process of manufacturing our own vaccines with the establishment of the National Vaccine Institute. The painful lesson from the pandemic about the access to vaccines certainly concentrated our minds. And we must be proud that we did not bow our heads in defeat, but used the crisis to achieve such a positive outcome. We now have in place a vaccine institute and 2 vaccine manufacturing plants. I commissioned that of Atlantic Life Sciences Limited last year, and a few weeks ago, I performed the salt-cutting ceremony of that of DEK Vaccines Limited. There's no question but that Ghana came out of this global catastrophe much better than many other countries, if we consider the rate of infection, hospitalization, and death. We must recognize that this happened because we worked at it in a focused and competent manner. We refused to be swayed by the populist noises, conspiracy theory peddlers, false and uninformed analysts, but rather we relied firmly on the science and data-driven information for guidance. Contrary to what some foreign experts claimed, we do have a decentralized, resilient public health system which reaches every corner of our country with highly competent and dedicated health workers. A public health system of which we can be justly proud. When it was most needed, the health sector and religious and traditional leaders demonstrated admirable leadership. The private sector rose to the occasion and displayed innovation and dynamism. We managed a strong community engagement and communication strategy which carried the entire population along and was admired and praised by Ghanaians and the outside world. Among ministries, departments, and agencies, there was strong and palpable multi-sector collaboration. It also certainly helped that we found the resources from the government, partners, individuals, corporate entities, and the public to support health workers and procurement of required materials. Fighting COVID has been a very expensive undertaking, characterized as it was by lockdowns, closed borders, minimal economic activity, and the consequential steep decline in revenues. The testing for the millions who went to public laboratories, the quarantine of arrivals from outside the country, hospital admissions, treatments and feeding for all patients were publicly funded and cost vast sums of money. The vaccination program was expensive, very expensive. Even though we received some donated vaccines, we purchased a lot with our own resources. And the multiple countrywide vaccination campaigns cost a lot of money. The fumigation, cleansing, and disinfection of markets, schools, offices, and other public spaces also cost a lot of money. Free water was provided, and the cost of electricity subsidized. 54,000 additional health workers were hired, and all health workers obtained a tax rebate. Fellow Ghanaians, keeping us all informed about this most unpredictable virus was expensive. A lot of money was spent on public education, public information, risk communication, public and community engagements, and keeping us all abreast with the relevant information. We must thank the Ministry of Information and its agencies and the National Commission for Civic Education for their exceptional work. It took courage, and I'm particularly happy that we reopened schools, colleges, and universities at the time we did, in spite of the fears of some parents and the condemnation of our critics. In some countries, millions of girls and boys did not return when schools eventually reopened after they had been kept shut for over a year. The logistics for keeping the schools open were huge and costly. But I am delighted that no Ghanaian child was left behind. Let me make it clear that COVID expenditures, essentially unplanned, have been subject at my instigation to audit by the Auditor General and are going through parliamentary processes. We all deserve to be reassured that the crisis was not used as a cover for corrupt practices. The COVID health recovery levy that was introduced to help fill some of the expenditure holes might not be the most popular tax, but I entreat all of you to bear with us. The COVID Trust Fund has performed an invaluable service, and with these developments has reached the end of its mandate. I thank the trustees as well as all donors and contributors to the fund. It is likely, God willing, that this will be the last in the series of fellow Ghanaian speeches on COVID. And as your president, I have a truly long list of people and institutions I must take this opportunity to thank. I thank firstly all of you, my compatriots, my fellow Ghanaians, for your patience, understanding, and cooperation. Health workers and the scientific community. I thank the leaders of the faith-based groups, the Christian Council, the Catholic Bishops' Conference, the Ghana Charismatic and Pentecostal Council, the Chief Imam and the Muslim leaders for their strong involvement, powerful prayers and support, their help, especially in feeding the vulnerable during the lockdown periods, and through the Church of Pentecost in providing accommodation for an isolation and treatment center. I thank the Council of State and our traditional leaders, the national and regional houses of chiefs, for their support and help in community sensitization. I thank the political and business leaders, development partnerships, NGOs and civil society, the sports, hospitality, entertainment, creative and tourism industries, our security services, police, military, immigration, teachers, pupils, students, parents, and guidance. I thank the journalists and the entire media. A few weeks ago, I gave national honors to most of the frontline workers who had been in the trenches, as it were, in the COVID battle. A total of 20,110 people were given national honors. They were well-deserved. But I know that some might have been left out, not out of any malice. We continue to recognize those who come to our attention. I must also make special mention of the environmental health personnel of the Ministry of Local Government. They played a key role in the burials of COVID-related deaths. The private funeral homes deserve honorable mention. They set the pace for how funerals should be conducted within the COVID protocol restrictions and with cultural sensitivity. In paying tribute to the health workers, I should address our psychologists and psychiatrists and express my gratitude for their work. COVID exacted an extreme emotional turbulence on the population, and no one can predict how long the effects on our mental health will last, and their work continues even after the end of the emergency. I believe it would be appropriate to make also a special mention of the Ministry of Health and its implementing and regulatory agencies, the Christian Health Association of Ghana, the Military and Police Health Services, quasi-government private health care providers, and the Food and Drugs Authority, FDA, which has established itself as a world-class institution able to hold its own on the international scene. On behalf of the people of Ghana, I express eternal gratitude to the police, the immigration, and the military, and the 2 IGPs, 2 CDSs, and Controller General that have served during the period. I pay homage to the pharmaceutical and textile industries and to the many corporate bodies that made generous donations and rallied to the call for enhanced domestic production of medical supplies. The Ghana Airport Company must be mentioned for the hard work of its staff. The Ghana Education Service and the Director General that saw us through the school closures and reopenings. Thank you. And thank you to its sister body, the Ghana Health Service and its dynamic Director General, both of them have gave such impressive accounts of themselves during this crisis. It would be greatly remiss of me not to place on record my appreciation to the National Ambulance Service and its workers. They worked well, and we are proud of them. I acknowledge the fact that digital technologies and drones help very much in getting vaccines and medications to hard-to-reach areas. And I'm glad they have become an integral part of our health delivery system. If we were still looking for any proof, we found that the high use of mobile phones and the digitalization agenda helped in the surveillance process, particularly with contact tracing and patient follow-up. I'm indebted to the ministers of state, officials of the presidency led by the chief of staff, the parliament and the judiciary, and all the members of the brilliant COVID-19 task force. I must make special mention of the Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, who was my reliable source of support in the darkest and most trying moments. And to the many who advised me publicly and privately, supported and prayed for me, I say thank you. The emergency is over. Unfortunately, the consequences are very much still with us, especially in terms of the economic devastation it has left in its trail. It will be recalled that I said right at the onset of the pandemic that we would do whatever it took to protect the lives of the Ghanaian people. In the now often quoted statement, I said, and I quote, "We know what to do to bring the economy back to life, but what we do not know is how to bring people back to life," unquote. The clear implication is that we would protect lives even if it was at the risk of harming the economy. I knew that the pandemic and the measures we were taking to keep us alive would have a devastating effect on the economy. But I believe I had the support of the Ghanaian people to concentrate on protecting lives at any cost. But I do not think anyone, anywhere, imagined the effect would be so widespread, so destructive, and so deep. I owe to you, my compatriots, and to myself, to go to any length to bring the economy to the rude health it was in before the onset of the pandemic. When things came to the state, where I concluded we had to go to the International Monetary Fund to access a facility for budgetary support, I gave a directive to the Minister of Finance to start the process. It was a painful decision for me to take, because going to the IMF was not part of the economic transformation agenda I'd been pursuing, especially as my government had gone the extra mile to bring to a successful end the IMF program we inherited from the previous government. But who would have imagined that President Akufo-Addo would order the closure of airports, offices, factories, or schools? We were in extraordinary times, and we took extraordinary measures. And when faced with the realities of the economic crisis last year, I accepted the challenge that the economy required a similar attitude, including the sacrifices many of us have made in recent times. Luckily, the International Monetary Fund has been most supportive, and we have ended up with having our program approved in record time, culminating in the formal approval by the IMF board on 17th May. As I'm sure we have all heard by now, the details of the program have been explained by officials of the fund and by our Minister for Finance and the Governor of the Bank of Ghana. The first tranche of $600 million United States dollars has been credited to our national account out of the $3 billion United States dollars that we have negotiated to receive within a period of 36 months. Fellow Ghanaians, access to the IMF facility will not spell the immediate end of the difficulties we are in presently. But the fact that we've been able to negotiate such a deal sends a positive message to our trading partners, creditors, and investors. A positive message that will be underpinned by the discipline, hard work, and enterprise with which we execute the program. It should lead to the restoration of confidence and the reopening of avenues that have been closed to us this past year and a half. It should also lead to the resumption of many of the infrastructural projects that have stalled. Fellow Ghanaians, we got ourselves out of a pandemic in which there were no precedents on which to rely, and where even the experts admitted they had no clear-cut solutions. We did it by being resolute, being focused, and working very hard, and by accepting that we had to stick together. With a similar frame of mind and attitude, we shall overcome the economic difficulties as well, sooner rather than later. I have no doubts at all in my mind that we are on the right path, and we will soon start to see significant improvements in the economy and in the living standards of Ghanaians. Enuanom, emiadom, COVID yare no a eto hye yen so no, na edi ohaw bebre bre yen no, emiadaroma yetumi etu nase. Mesra mo, moma ye nyina enda nyame ase. Yen koso enhwe yen ho so yi. Anweme nyumodromo na COVID hela ni bawono ni ka hawo ba nyuma ejowo wonye wo faneshi wo ha wo fe wo da nyumoshi ni wo kwe wo hino ojogba. We are a God-fearing and a God-loving nation. And that is why throughout my presidency, I have consistently stressed that the battle is the Lord's. Thus, 3 years ago, when the pandemic first hit us, I asked for a national day of prayer and fasting for God's help to be observed on 25th March 2020. Now that the Lord has heard our prayers and seen us through this COVID trial, I would respectfully ask that next Friday, i.e. the 2nd of June, all Muslims should say a special prayer of gratitude for our nation's health. And that next Saturday and Sunday, i.e. the 3rd and 4th of June, all Christians should do the same. Fellow Ghanaians, we shall overcome our present economic difficulties. The battle is indeed the Lord's. Good night, and may God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Mepoga, send me sick from lemon and finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Black Evening Elsie Lama interview or talk at him at GhanaWeb TV. Now Elsie Bisani so, net tattoo so fe munchre mumbra. No chema tattoo na aso one bino kitameng no say mountain goat. You're simply the best. I send a Tina Turner kind. Yeah, back from her say showbiz home komo. Yeah, cause celebrity news, social media trends and komo ho ye chini enim obi eniwo. I'm a boni na watching so my sans watchimiti. You know baby din komo say all the big stories from your favorite celebrities. Me crowd has it. Yen check cry. Yen try hona ye koba. My best sange guhamamu. Mesa so ma kwaba na watwe de nkomo bebre etwagui na se wonim se ne de bia me ye mamu no me nchiro fake na na ye hyase ye the Black Sherif and e be the kind blacko I just say ye winning artist of the year just say ye sanso do ye tours be ye bo shows be wo ye US na wo be ka ye to dwa say ye Black Sherif ba be ye show be wo ye Palladium Theater New York na aba what the ahyehyɛ so na ehun nkomo echi asem no na ye say aye beja nti me de mu nkyeremu akasa erebrem so say the one Black Sherif chat wo chirema Illuminati fui ode no ho akwakodom but me se me ma wo ya we say ye improve ye ono a emba abonten embe ka se ni na eko na obebisa se ni nyina mfiti ase Genesis na anything ba be fifi Genesis na me de wakokopiem e Revelations na Black Sherif ko ni show yi concert ye koye wo New York no na hu se o perform ya echi hon ma se backdrop bi ate se wo de ato honom no na ase ade bi picture bi beto so ase ye Baphomet sa Illuminati for one identity back on that is ase aboa bi okita men nebeda so na so jebi ni ade na mafotwe se na young musician washas ye nyina wonya ye support we say ofi kononguzongo ni ade say humble beginnings de bia unwom bia is very emotional you are very passionate utunwom na ade na ado nkokọ for nya mebi sa ba binum so say adwebro momo ono akasa mfa nchiremu embra e bia later obetumi akasa say ode ni chire ye Ghana has say ye GhanaWeb ye beso so ye be ping no na ye bisa no so emu nchiremu anything ba me say me try say ye sa sign na bae na mimu amafuche ma ye kekase ni a na che say Illuminati fu ya no jiso do no ha akwakodom na yeso ohu muntomo basa semba se ne de bia meka mo ye dey munya abotwer na eye
ogwanya okita menya na mafuchema Black Sheriff Kruya o sanso water to be on the sa or the ato but obekaya Black Sheriff ni Elsie Lama interview or talk attainment GhanaWeb TV na Elsie bisa no so ne tattoo so mfa munchire mumbra no chema sa tattoo na aso ogwan bi no okita men no say mountain goat ai wanye Baphomet DB na muchirima hunhun bi techro se nyenu bi so de mountain goat che obi anani ye den okofo ne ade ahan munchimi no de abenti mesre mara monkoso na mo support Black Sheriff na say agenda ne eye uba social media na etumi di hiti nyama ne ade but oye young musician no bon homodenti so far say ye improve yen say na de bia waka no wo do asem court na judge ne nka say wo defo de obi antumi nka say na wo ye wu se waye nti we de ye asem keke na abanti me pamocho mo mudi ebufu so ena mun support sa ena Ghana ye Christian country ena fine na see yesra madwebrewa mrepem so abranti young musician de ni kire kroma say ye central for be pin ni ebisa no so emu nkire mo ebi mpo abinum so kire ma ebukwa na onu kro nim say sa image me project na fine ko se mo say mun so no so ni team ehun bibia ekoso na won so wa approve nti ebia na iota of truth bi she ma bu mpese me kra cho say mun ko so na mun support na say agenda adwebrew mabonu mi se nkomo ya ide bia ye didi na che se menam social media na me hu se couples bi omo trendy o se wo friend God Papa the greatest and na yere Queen Lupita na mi so se menye bia be kenti mi ndo asem nu su ko na me nkohwe ne ekọ na me di mani share one TikTok page na Miss Femi me bo so cry from like and somebody dey bebre na ase sabiom pe famu ni ase atanta ni di bi ekoso wo honom aduan kra couple yi a tese wo chema first na wo ye obi osofo ne ne yire ana se de won aba dan bibie wo honom me ba kakra na akọ social media ye one TikTok page a ye couple yi we create a nwia huhu bi a wo ta nua wo se wo di ni yiri se ye ni secret recipe bibi mo nya bi wo do need to ye one Twitter page ya TikTok page betumi enye bi ahwe na je se wan kasa wadi mu adanse onye se bi me na meka na wa be han mani na ne edutwam kwa ne se sa couple yi first na just wo sorry kese manfo kwa sorry se sia won sorry na just sorry dan na edudufu be man na wo ye worship wo hono man wo ye prophecy ni bibia deliverance se de won convert no won adan se wo se wo dia ye fu wo kirema eno efu no kra so wo mfa so se wo be set up sorry wo se du be bi kra na members ma so for to me ye na just mo collection 11 cd na mo de betumti business be gui na just wo dan ko ye fu mu ti uko sa asori hono ma se won adan aye fuma se roofing sheet ni na won yi na aka te se structure se won se bricks ni sisi won se we de na ya asori dan na mfi na won se won adua banche won adua brode te se nyama bebre watermelon te se wo bi krampa won adua bofu ni ade nyina na bebi a won fi no won ma ha na asori won te na se we de na enye den as a machine house uko ya na te se we asori no na nkwafu ye beto ten mafoche ma won hia mo cause ase won adwim ka won kakra de wo an won agya won tie tore gba won se won hu fi kakra tore bu so na se won ase won agua no wa sha tare kama na se no de ye bebre sa kopu ya first na nka wo sum nyame ate se obi na yire sofo na yire wo chema nyakopom bie no wo se sebio gidi bia ni ho na fine na ma mudi Christianity ni chechire ho yakopon no wo se enwon kra won ba benu wo se baku yo film wo se ne be yi film kra yakopon tumi entwetwa agene na be ye film but nkopo bebredi allegations aba Kofi TV Kofi Adoma wani ono won koye interview bi na wo de se bebre tudwa na baku bi amafo se se police fo akire won se de me ne wo kase ya sa couple mienu a police fo akire won na ne tintini mutitia ne se wo se ma wo mba benu na baako afim na baako no wo kirema ase awufi wonim hu bi min susu kose you and I say na ye kan wo no date min tumi begina ha mbe kase wona wo ye ni bibia na se wona wo ye ni fi wo kirema sem bi ekoso ne ade na ase wonim hu bi na wo mba baako na wo ye benu baako so so ono so ho de sem bi allegation charge bi abo ne parents o kirema sa anyoma bi a wo ye ma won di ni ade sebio ma amohwe o kirema wo se ne papa cry to me so sebe nenum eyi kra number 2 wo to me di nwie dwan just say na make kan wo se kra be fem but say na asem na be ye beja be da krom ha say na me di mu nkire mu nyina ba mafu kire mu a send you be obi ananko o sum nyame o preaching ade wotumi ahwehwem say ni de ohia moa inti say police force wo mu say psychiatric hospital bi say ye mpaibo na wo be deliver won but interview bi nso a me hu e wo internet no so na eye papa pehin ate so sofo a na eye God papa the great o hye na se o kire nyame nwumaye kakra yi o kire ma o se eye ni yiri first no tunum ni ade na nya ompe aware onfo aware no so na later kra eye ni yiri tu kwan o se okọ Nigeria oba na o ma papa yi God papa yi nsu bi no no me hwa na adwen sesai na papa yi a oye yi papa sofo pehin a ono no otetew eye God papa yi o kire ma kwakoye se eye kopu yi wo kukoje bibi wo fremu kakra se na wo kan afrefre ya wo frefre mu kakra mixes bi na ebia ye honhom na wokoje se wo de be ya asore abo afa won so na sesi a se wo adwen aye ba o kire ma wo se enye dam na won abo na wa wo de wani to fama wo beti asese se de ye kan ne se police force asem yi mu na ejidifo mu so bompa ye ewuo mu ye follow story se bi papa bi piem a na bro ne edi mu nkomo nyina e ba besom ayo na say de aye viral couple ya te say God papa the greatest ne yire Queen Lupita semi koto nchen a even now se na twi ni ti na botwi ni tintini muteti a wonu say IMF the report be to just say enche kra na te say China bank e be control Ghana ha say gold coast sika kokko aman ka so mba be control yen revenues be e ba te say bia yen minerals fango aye tutu yen minerals precious stones ni ade ni aye tutu no ene yen electricity sky yen nya wo mu no wodo won saba beto so ni nyina ne say sam loan bi aye kogye na te say yen tumi entwia na te say bu abo yen so na say na unzo udo bi ka utumi aka so wontwia me ka metumi be fa wodan enu bi ena akwakoye te say Ghana fo ye be hwere yen electricity revenue ni ye mineral revenue na we say hey just say me borwe mo say Ghana beyond aid so ene mo ne amama ko IMF nsem ne de me nka bebre ko so kaka bebre na ko say you are being emotional but say na o man ne kon de ye binum eni nje ho kra na ida eye Yvonne Nelson filmmaker and actress or the nsem bia so say man pede na dodo anko akufado ono wa abeje echi eye Dr. Muhammadu Mbawomia muda mutumi da pan na mayo meya atete apansam yi mutumi didi ana osan so de bia obeka no kware na say MPP foot soldiers bia mo fele so mo ye more MPP than obi no na ma ba ne comment section say ye DM na mo didi na ate mo se mo nyina mo ye num gwasefo cause mo ye Ghana fo mo wa adwen pa anka asem ko boni asem nyina benya kokudo na maka but so man say nyina ye timunti eye Yvonne Nelson atoto bi pa manpanyin eye leadership of the government sesia no ene eye MPP fo anka sa ochema mo ni suban o man say ya mo nyina mutimu bi medofo yan kwaye ni mezo ni sama boni adwuma na je say egusu aye di nkomo ya na oba GhanaWeb pade onu say your programs pepe na ba konso edutwem kra talker event na ye mia minipa Elsilama eni Tego sisters etnase penyi ni kakra na eye afimu wo di 40 years wakati 40 years enda femu wo gospel musician no mo anwa to industry yi mu 40 good years na nwedi na say what can one was a what to be share nwom wotro nwom ma eto akoma so a ye be mata Tego sisters na we record to say one humble beginning what shas and wo chirima what shas one mamia single parent or no raise one na watch what achimota hobby that time na home developers na ye hu say adan ne aden na was it just say what tongue ashiro ashiri bia je say what the power no what tombi banfo besi nyina wo ye biton na ne kwakra no na eye construction time area ho start develop na wo sisi adan wotumi koho kosuasua blocks bi mortar kra wo se pehin mix mortar sisi a wo yem kra be hyew nya adwuma ya na wo ye kakanka ko si se papa bi a o adopt won e ba we won eyi won papa na ne danso te se tama wo sini dan na te se ntafu iko ho na te se wo ye adwuma bi na papa iba no se na kola nketinketin wo ye den wa na forma ne kire mu so wo te he ya na ya wo ba be ye adwuma na se nya peka kra ma no te nso akonwa no so mu frei na mo ye esumeni won adwuma den de te se wo ba bia na ye adwuma den betumi bia kwan be bre amam na papa yi so won sa na kakanka kra obo a won na te se won so wo dia betu dwa se hu se Tego sisters ye nya te se da famu won so won afemu ankasa nti enya yakopon won adom de na so beka one story e wo GhanaWeb TV na just what they are share for so crying eye interview mu ye hwama eye Elsilama and Tego sisters eyi ato ho no se wonye bi nhwe ya ko GhanaWeb TV o YouTube na de kotie mu nsem ni na agese ni na ehye ho baby Oh, na what trade yanti asem de American musician Tina Turner. One nickname no say Queen of Rock and Roll. Now what na beto just say Nyankopon atun sa friend why Nyankopon de owi at the age of 83 years. Na mami de wa bebo brampa. Just say what can you me de nyum baako you simply the best. What yes, me remember being say munchia me and me family voice in end twice. And about conso da ho what's love got to do? Or his songs be brain now. Some time ago no worry Ike Turner to say worry for two nyomuni ade or year toss ni ade that in 1971 we do any chair Ghana has say Black Star Square concert be our be year has say and I just say until we be in a Ghana for so a kind so oh na say Tina Turner de wa ba chrome has say da be performing ade na ye Tina Turner time na otiase no oh asaw and just say oba stage where the world best sour be was so and who shata wale crampoma na ma media wa brampa na just say we be na just say all people all over the world were celebrating Ochima. Nyankopon MP baby papa no fani se ba se bibisa o eye Tina a waka baby ni nwom bempa e na eda wa akoma so. Yantu ankomane so na watwia na kwaku menu ene Eriko se odi ofel so friend Ark Eriko obeka TV3 mentor season 3 no winning no Eriko ochima that time 2006 no winning wo man 100 million uka scanner 10,000 Ghana cedi na just on kwaku menu twetwe nkoma no ochima so that time na o winning mentor no ye first prize winner no so that's no more the man 100 million 10 times 10,000 Ghana cedis at this present age. Now, ono no say one our places say be a di second or di third or di fourth. Now once can on one share esa. Now onu say Chrome has said nkofo brainy pa. Of any brainy pa say as because why ye or chine bi kwa no bi akwakofa ho akokosha ase akoko yiwo efi ho. Say we kumu down flat. Isa no say be of say ho aye denti. Onto ono ana adwimu. Eye ska 100 million or yimu 60 million na 40 million e kai no. E na che so ocheche ma ni other contestants no nti 10,000 NSK oyimu 6,000 ena de kai no 4,000 ochechema one wo place o sanso chema so papamento no so man bi e kan nti onu akasa na ni ska no decide no be ntala nya fe na mabe kase na say na Eriko interview on kwakumenu no revelations be or the allegation be bo legendary music producer Bandex ochema also on Bandex ye adwuma kra ska hit songs so produce or ni now say na nunu me very popular but no ni ska also no ye broke nunu ba ko twanya me no be no me dey be brave ochema sa time no produces anyum ni no di release we nyeske be o se ska onya bro so kro se on han ni erem bro 5,000 cedis o se dey be 5,000 o se bro 500 Ghana cedis na minister it is kind of kakra bi no nyan but semina wadu to dwa na man kasa me bopini Bandex bisa no so semina Eriko dey abeto but ono so dey no kafa but on respond the muslim ni na beba be say dey say na beka ni na den allegation nti interview Eriko ene kwakumenu ye na mafuchima just wa drop some secrets bi na say no kware ono nasem medofo pa ye nto aso na watwe obi o trendy social media efiahwa oba Schwarzenegger ubeka ye kumewu ba elections a wo ye ate say MPP fu na ewini na ansa na abato na abekọ na je say MPP ni NDC obi aso be wini two independent candidates nso twe wonti na say abafoto na kofu be brani date ba ye ko wiase no MPP na je say ewini te say de asem ne de na asem akokoko ba ansa na no na gboche ma kumewu won kwan asa ya tete apro pansam no ye hu ya na say je say enkofu gu ho ada say wo ye nkwan na mafoche ma sibo se mo chere say saka election amba ho na edu oda affair akamonko ye kwan yi ma kofu ya kasa se won kwan kura nyi but akwan so e wa Ashanti region na se mo bang na ete so ye MPP na ete so na se Ashanti region so ye mo very big spot at the election e ho na mo di wini kase a se na mo ye kwan yi ma e na efia Schwarzenegger be kase akoye say Chrome had ye say member of parliament who MP Marshall Bedwani owu sabi owu ansa na tese nwa ya okwan makas so member of parliament bi te opa na se okwan atete apansama akoye se wo mfi mu agi se wo member of parliament ne ewu nti mu a mu se mu kwan atete apansam Fia Schwarzenegger se mi bisa mu se den na say mu ne na ye hwehwe Pamela Watara ye hu no sister ya so ye video vixen na ye movies ka kofiche mu na ye hu baby a wafa wow Pamela Watara na sister ya sebio menka ne sebi ana se menka se he's highly endowed wa picture ya da wa hunya meka che enyama bro na ba me ba baby nsem ye nkọ ye nim na Pamela yire mu kakra na se de wa ba ozabetu dwa so ofa ye funu ti na se odin ho kwata kakra na owo osu anche kra ba 2 to 3 months na ne baboyo wo ne kama kama onu so ofimu ti na ye ne ya pa o se anye easy one fa ne fedi agro kra ye ne very me ne wo kra o se wonyi na bi fa won ni so nti arahwo na na te se o ka so de obebo ne hu egu akakra na onu ankasa kirima o se yakopon na ema na oje na se oti aside nyama pa bebre wo ne nim ma ne nti ye ne be yo hwe ne de ne nyina egu na echi o nso okoso obo ne bra ti se de ye ka ne se ye Pamela se na wa ankasa wakasa wo hwe obe ye wa rechim se yakopon ankasa ni pemu obesan so adom oba fefefefe na se wode eje weni so de mama yenjina eye Pamela semi so na te se mama mo first half 50% 50 so aka ho ate se ekura me just nti yen se me kwa yen twa ye ho na se ye koba ama broni bide mu nyina aba begu ha mam ready ana ayo nkomo ho na tese weni gusu a wohwe amabroni me na medi mu chiame na wo unim sa se de na ye ka na IMF approve loan na se de IMF amagana fuska $600 million nya Ghana cedi so dollars yibi na be pie na mafuka se sina de bia akwa ye se eye politicians mu woma muskana te ma ye ne basabasa no mo betumi ahwe sky so na mo de aye nyuma pa ama mo yetumi akonani ma eyi na eye prophet Kofi Odro tie me kanya me adwe na akere o se mu hwe sky IMF de ama ye $600 million mu hwe na ma fa nkochecheche mo small girls mo girlfriends girls se na mo kapapafo obi papa no se na mu tua no ma mo fa Ghana sky ye nsaking enkwakwaye girlfriend o se asrama akasa na okay de so what say politicians say MPs nya nyem na mebebudin mo aska na beka mo so se mo fanya dwuma pa na nya je say girlfriends ne nyina but amafo se na Ghana aye ya je say amafo aye din na je say IMF ske ya wodi amaye na imagine say open bi de akoma ne alanga joa bi wo hwe ye ana senyi se wontie na mambo mu eye Michi Diamond akasa eye former fiancé baby mama of Shatawale obeka ya video bi betu dwa me se wo call party BGH kweku party na Michi ene MDK medical no so ye Shatawale adafo ekonya impuni ase confrontation ase wototoma wo hu bi na amafo chema se na Michi anti asem na se no wrongly otutu bi ma medical no wanyade na ono so sister yi so and dusty akwakoye interview no chema so onu no onu ne ho ye mo amoka so prepare ne ho na we die akwaye so onu ankasa ni nim egu ase ni se onu obenu ne ho oni tim so onu ne ho ye o se video no hwe kra no kwa na ma medical fans o ma ne fans kakra ko si se ase o use f word na je se wo tutu bi ma ho so se o chema o se bebre wo ho nsem de bebre bo no mpeso afa no ba behro ni ntamago wo abonten ze no nsem na o kan wo video ni mu no de mebo ama o tie o se nsem na o kan no onu ne ho ye.
You said that they pay Majesty school fees 1 full year. Which account did they pay the money? Make it break up. MDK, make a cut your swag. You finish and answer me.
Get the swag, get the swag.
No. I'm beefing with you.
Why?
Which account you people pay that 1 year school fees for?
No, I was talking about Island.
You were talking about what?
I was talking about Island.
Island no be wale in Peking.
No, I was talking about
Or you think I no go ask you? Wale no tell you say me I be done dada.
No problem.
Medical. If you deal with me carefully.
God bless you.
Have you seen me come out?
God bless you.
Have you seen me come out?
Respect yourself.
I don't talk about nothing. You respect your fucking self. You dey do follow back too much. Beyond control.
Akwagwa wuye ya na se na watwe atwemu nza mabawni mebebo mu ma che se industry for one will pay one condolence one man tribute ni ade se wo bia de na ade tema betudwa na nkomo bi enso etachi eye akosua Japan o chema gamru ai won so papa iti asi o se ekoso Japan enese oso ne ni twetwe nkomo bi na eye okuhu gamofo so wonye ne mo akakra tamana na ote ase na eye 250 Ghana cedis pe ene otumi yima no na eye akoso Japan papa yi fi mu no de so bo kese pa bogamo na so otutu bi ama won na yi na eye rexoma eso de na ano disema beto se wan kasa ho a de so bitumi de asema beto so se nsema eye akoso Japan be kenyi no se ye ntro o se Obia na would dim through sano, but sensing never cobe you and I were no denti, say ye hunia, nasem air no quarry. But a ya could Japan say, a year a quabwa senior quabba say, ye, you know, Nasa gamo foot to Edward Nibbe Pure, but no about organizing my boys. I said, where do you make us some upon with your years? Because papa eating as money and more be, nothing away when I'm a bayam who quassa, our cousin Babba Ube. Now, some number folks say, ne busi kwa one qua a crew to one crown, one dear to any crown Cassasa, and I boy to say, ye sister paying here, because Japan judge not a ring in Yasina, but mouthful so Nipani and I down for what one is why you have Vanessa or Otsas no cast and be trainer. Not to say no, so I saw no so at the betuja, no from a career a woman to say, I could Japan and a gamu so mount or corner there. I was in it to be trout. It's you muted. Na ya concern from my Tracy Boache. I said a friend, Mrs. A bedun tiamwa. Now, when China betu just say Tracy Boache, I'll waff and ba. Now, war Baba kama. No, the Nikun a frank bedun tiama, what do any actual Ghana. Now, what better to Benedine. Now, I say events, I just have bedun to name ceremony lasted for almost 3 good days. Now, a year first day, and I just say, no one casani the day now, Casana, say, couple using a what far one dressing. Now, vendors are what the name is all the big vendors they were on board. Now decorations, now celebrities say bar say pay siesta betunu mo you who's a brother Samin so a hobby. Now to say was badin to say dinner at the den. Tracy Batichi my any banner of any luxury anti luxury bedroom tiam and say hey luxury say shawan casa now what your name is what flaunty water one casa bet tears and also Tracy Batichi we defend the crown as a one hour is a gone landlady commanded that and you never bet him. Namafu Chema was the event here Tracy Boachi, Nitro Mucho, a fiashwa or bashwas nigga yen who was and Mafu say, hey, mono, a general some Yanamaka say, yeah, Tracy Boachi, any fiase, and to call BS, but say the Mijina has a me to me confirm me. Ebiana a plant, Ebin so that time they fear into me and Yan Huan. Now so being poor, or also no she couldn't be to say, a bloggers I could try a name and want me for mountains. But Mafu Chema, a Tracy Boachi, my congratulations at Muyading. Na aya delay show na aya osekros keni ekọ no make allegation or can send before aya YP and you say American rappers being aya osekros keni YP as one to ama ho to say the first na wo ye na hofo bonum kwa didi me bottom no na mu ye rem kakra ntimi pese me de ne aka no to as ba no nyum ya na wunum if you know you know na as na fofo ebie won temonye binum so ba ko so was casting ba ko so ba ko Range Rover ensem de bebre na Vanessa na say was one day when Jenny so betumi abomaka so be collaboration and na say any feature again and na Shatawale one don never to just so say chrome the YP mon set mu different na say mun bom na say mun projects because you guys when you come together I am man for epe na YP on interview on delay ye no chemo so no I didn't need je ho pan your bi owoto also no do tia to ankasa anti so obi a say e hye no kro say wonni ti kra na wo to crop na mo say Mary man so mutumi kire bio obey ni ti na wo to kra wo pe Eso be bebre e yo say kwam sika no say nkofo bebre hunu so ye comedy o say enye comedy no yo he has a way of entertaining the fans so we share short clips etwego social media bebre wetumi asere wo sa but also no de enwom no ye mo concentrate more on any music career and say nkofo bia ye hwe nim so obebomo so obeto an command so na say beef na ye de ni na ye de ni ehwe won One himself last year a year funny face actor and comedian when yan fem kra or fem bebre just say na mental health issues take you break lose ambassadorial deals bebre na ye de radio say we san sini that dem match say so he's looking good he's looking sane he be okay man na ni baby mama Vanessa ni ko be kaya on mami wo maybe some twins and say na o tewia na fear twemu na say ntokwa basa obi a be level allegations sister HM we Jan and ya day. Esem bebre when you know who want me fi ta was ntamago e wa abonti mama fo ye timunsem enya afi na mabedi mu nchemu baba because we say asa atwem na eyi na eye Vanessa any kwakumenu ye interview no chemo say de watwitwa nya bi so wa tena se ahwehwe ne yakọ say de oye mature say de ne ebie say first de na nya bi no say ma of efa wa sesa but say de ne ebie o chema eyi be ya afi ba ko ni funny face fa na ni kura ehu ne ma ne ye but say funny face friend so vane me pese o de mo free bedi holidays kakra me ho say bi a month and a weeks bi also no de say why you mature di she doesn't mind obetumi akona to say no so esumo frame kaka na say won papa na say what kind co-parent fefe also say dey ade ono hwehwe ne say obetumi aye co-parent nti say bia mfa no ono nkwa ne side ho no ma for the ode asemi betumi afo chema as Vanessa we ni jadi hu as agency adada mo pese o go back to ex but one case o pese o go back o chema also o barima no warrior bia nti say eye funny face kwade betu nanim a o betumi ahwese na o beka wakosi banfo chema o say as Vanessa nyama o didi funny face as wonu hu na o pe bregi o pe na aka na o be say as amafo di dwanso akopa na mam say no so ye kasa me sister yi kasa unso kasa unso sisi de na adwim ado ye nto bo asese de first na ka usa na Vanessa na so o release secret as o ja bene baby daddy but kasa yo kasa me kwase me ni so me say oh Vanessa me hu say sisi de bibia yo okay na amafo kire man na den de but unso mo kasa too much also obi ni adofo asem obi ne yire also obi ne girlfriend asem ko ka bia o ba ye third person nti so wo be so be one issue so eno de na me wo ye ri ni honom say ti be mpo wan aboma you don't even know nti mama mboka say funny face hwe na wan fa Vanessa bone ya nche no na Vanessa dwuma odi diwi usa so kodi no eche na me say oh ho one ne won ma nti say so wona we be so be one issue no wat na say no so so e fam ho ben but Vanessa kaka ho si also no say na one relationship dan ko so je di pa say tena won to me antena say anche ehu won ho no also o share no in September October na wa anyem the one said they nyata men steady one si ni na akeka ho na one relationships entumi engina Ghana for me fantana ntundi akwakote umenim ne mu oden kasa one of sisters say we feature our Netflix series Young Famous and African na only diamond platinum nze as a one relationship bi ni ade as one akeka nya Messi ni Zara diamond kwa ni bebe mamanya ne de but wunya movie nhwe bi series wo season 2 wunya bi nhwe na obomode na wahwe na just wati emu nkomo ase iye na na fantana ne diamond ekokese na diamond another na no drive ono akasa nenu mutomo so no just so to me ekese ze baza anonfi anu ibia no jedi so yade but o share fantana o se fantana unim so ankasa unim egori di ankasa no say oh Ghana for me ade say Fantana kwakote umanim na o hwe series ya Fantana chimo also o do any chair Ghana has no the biggest dancer musician kofu be anya won de na me say na say title we da hokwa da dampan obi amfa title ye na Fantana kwakofa una wonya za big platform anka wontu hu me bi say anka wontu hu munja sisa no so ondwe ne ho na watwi di amabroni se na bia me mamodano social media trends, celebrity news, showbiz, all the top stories, all favorites celebrities. And moon some na just say be medeba. So what tribia, what topic trends, and what making headlines, and one some meda person. Na ye the moon common in Abel. Maybe I want to say news be a foul switch one shad dancing. Number the moon tremun in Abram since Susan Mayan a yedi. Debiana me kai was so good when it's a GhanaWeb TV. Your shows be brave, your programs be brave. Some more pay entertainment too. Say your business news. Sports news, social there's a BBI bi. Nti wa bomodin ade wani twa yen YouTube channel na kope bi na ye den neti nti da sene amabroni mesanso ne mo behia makram.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck like I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh,
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 CAD for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
I felt he had a good show in New York or Ghana performing. I managed to watch some of the videos.
Singing
like
word to word.
He killed it.
Yeah.
No, that should be the conversation. And that image be of diabetes. And also events, more events. Yes, and the big boys see back mistake. So now, what this one maybe a position, then it will a bit whitewashing the beauty of the whole thing. And yet.
Hi, thanks for joining us for this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abrante Pine. Today we are seated for a riveting conversation on issues relating to the arts and entertainment, of course, with a touch of wit, as we do it each and every week. And so today too, we are talking about a number of issues. We have 3 issues that we need to look at. Number 1, Funny Face and Vanessa. So Funny Face's baby mama, Vanessa, granted an interview or say, oh, say dear, say, Funny Face crap and I say dear, or more co-parenting. And I say, oh, what the crana, mommy dimmy China, watch it, crana, oh, be more macona day. Say, oh, person no so about no so could be crana or beco, and confosi, yea. Madame, no, she wants a comeback. Some say, whatever people are saying, they are just inferring from Vanessa's conversation. We also look at Hajia for real. aka Mona Forel, her alleged romance scandal and her extradition to the UK, and also Hunsem Ababeye Deja. Black Sheriff, some say he has joined. Also are joining Illuminati. He performed in the US, New York, and the background, you know, Oshenechi, Infonine Tribuna. Na nkofosi omohu Baphomet eti edaso Baphomet na say eti na say it is Ukraine describing say as nipa sa boa sa nkofosi enu nti wakwa akojo ni Illuminati, and people were making reference to some tattoo on his one of his arm. I think it's the right one. So when he came here for a conversation, he mentioned, say, you know, a source of inspiration. So these are the issues that we are seated for a conversation. Joining me, Vida Edutumwa Boatin. Vida Akwaba.
Yeah,
yeah, fine.
Adum Arakwa.
Debia, now I did.
Says he changed short to ye,
sir.
Was any pass ye day.
Nipa, then you're meaning up.
Sanity. Yeah, Carberry now.
Caleb Boy is the host of Showbiz 927 on 3FM. Osaya Black Rasta producer. Caleb, thanks for joining us.
And it's okay introduction.
It's
okay introduction. No. The malice intended has been uncovered.
So let's begin with what to say, Vanessa. May I show you an interview?
Me sure.
Is there anything wrong with what she said, like the way people are making it look like?
I mean, I commend her, say, Unya Saku Drona, or better na bedroom car, say, Sebi was Sebema Quasia pain. Now was her babbits na bedroom car, say, a fade or fro, say, be no money made 2 weeks, or say, and yes, or the man or the umbequa who harry so, and 10 now, almost a marco experience pressure now, or no so feeling, I say, or per se, then a cajon soa. Obekona mi bisa se okoye wenchi ana se yede ne ka ho okoye den ofi odom.
Oh, say enkra no wo ho bia enkra no
ebe hia bibia
adware omu diapers.
Matthias, I commend her for having the confidence, because minim se onim se asem we the betudwa, a lot of people are going to have a bite at asem, because Funny Face wa breye pa. And when he was going through sa depression phase, no, anytime I be hu Vanessa bia, she seemed okay. Ebiana or no, how I would take it pain is different, but Funny Biano, it became Shankofo Dio Matem, didn't penny for Bola, Father Dixon, penny for to a one de buy your cry, Jenny Shay. Now, Fay, Uber Corner, or take psychiatric hospital, not only a Cosrano, a baby can was seen in Nema or how Hatana, or go through a lot.
Yeah.
Ye, me no me and ain't mean too Funny Face for dear was all ye. Abra no mo share dem mo consumer assembly na ye ni ho, but the be say on tena se no analyze the situation, so feel say ya de a ebe boa na obetimi afana de say na girl na confidence na beka obedwum no onu so nya sakukudro no begina bedwum ka say wagene back but then again no make kire a man na wo abonten say sinkran krom ha any Ghana man mu hanom so unyo obi manage otina ne fie 2 weeks kra na danase because enough form sa kania ensuo na say nkwala 4 ena kwakodi ne ho obi abeko school obi abetua feeding fee tua school fees and sana na tadi shemu enda form eti yenhu say sad decision way is driven from ahokyere e wo de kire ena say your don nso so a eno nso so wo na se kire wo ho nti ba na opese oba no omanye ehu e ya ahokyere na motivate ne say ommepe baby ade e wo ana say ya komemu asem odo no and so be ya obehu woni pa nanim no eyedin because all kan yina she was making reference to pressure edanes which is sikasem
and that's or see so she's mature like back then na mature
say ohiani to me ma we conscious ahụ chere to me ma we conscious eyade eda ho because what here wo 2 cedis I want to add 5 cedis wo 2 ntu beto 1 na ka 1 cedi we chire enti no sa maturity no driven from ahokyere no wan hwe ye na nsa akọ ba bia ho beto wa you slip because ne na motivate you man join that way no wonsa kan e wo silver platter so we need to identify the reason. I mean, Funny Face needs to identify the reason for the comeback. If it's born out of ahokyere dia won hwe ne ye say your don na asante abadia omo kan som ne ehwa.
For those who are not aware of this issue no mo we kan maybe Funny Face eko
Kumasi
o say
Kumasi
psychiatric
ne Kumasi
oko hwe nkwala
oh yeah enam so ma oko Accra Psychiatric Hospital nti he had to undergo a certain process to ensure say na dream mu ebeda ho fine because issues na happen around that time no oni obey nsem na affect no nti ye no ho nkomo ya na edi no Vanessa kra ko sra Funny Face wo hospital ho with Nemano Mikai picture when kwaku menu ni ade so that's the issue and that's the lady we are talking about ne baby mamas ni yetu nti e bia na wadwen yo say first one na and
baby mamas
is it baby mamas ne yire enye ne yire no ni e kan
okay police ni
enye police ni no ni e kan the onen okos onen Nemano ni kwaku menu kosra no wo Accra Psychiatric Hospital no wasem ne kan Caleb I don't want to me person my busa say only Funny Face and now find yourself in this position what would you have done but what should a man do in this circumstance upon everything that has happened and then the lady comes out saying
and as somebody I may a bit close to Funny Face now meaning there or no go through and you will be go through when this issue up the back and forth going to his home at the time he wasn't ready to speak to anybody. The little thing is angry and it was ending. In fact me person me kai did the atema bolare mu nya so say a bunny say you are always careful with the way of Becano. I don't want to believe say girl no inya anything like odo back for him. I don't think it's about love. Maybe the pressure taking care of Nkwala 4 no and also account and obadie ukuta Nkwala 4 now it's your parents fee na Nkwala 4 na mama minu no wo ye dia you should know that onya no smooth because at the end of the day one show you anya o mama na o papa onya no bi ana o cousins no bi e de saa when ebe too short at you get it so I want to believe and also can but I'm quite surprised say oba up now because time na issue ni see no you say no otonton or say pussy sweet na oh, I'm saying the way she was saying it on. Into Bibi was sticky be, o si o oba uyusu a ebema wayase ache be ma kɔ hɔ a obeka saa nyoma nyoma ni bi saa we na bintu ekɔ endorse no bia bi and I'm just saying na guess no so see as o many je ho sika so wom so I'm wondering adan saa sweet na no afedi ase agiegu ana say ejuma kakra no ye okumase no enko ye bi mu ana because me uyi nkola no etu nchen a I don't see them coming back together e kame ko ana say funny face me friend ya obetie mi a maybe as a jano or duty to ma and yawa minimum no come now nkwala nothing matters to him than nkwala no ntafo no nothing matters to him but eventually no etete neniso I don't know if as we speak or don't man nkwala ne back of course, it will be there, but as big like the way it is some years ago. No. So if or no as the monthly contribution towards the mano upkeep, I think he should stick to that. Maybe some be holidays without he should accept that. Because say Obaro ye attempt Ekofio bioma, there is a possibility say obesanim no.
Oh, Samu.
Yes.
People were the name of through ye say or koha it will trigger the condition no. But you can use swimmer.
No, share. What's ye girl now? Girl say Oceano in September. October, no, maybe. Exactly. And Yana
Sabrina or you moved by a tour I can see.
And I see what's
delivered
also a sacra.
Beme bia beme bia asema mabekeka
one can't hear me.
Asema babat mame mbo me ho hwe beme bia ade eso ngina wenim bia must forget. Forget it.
Beme
bia. No, but there is a way. No, but there is a way. You would no, and that kind of imagination, so you get it. And now, and you'll be only one dear. Definitely, the opportunity, and I said that when I lady say, oh maybe dear, me do bonia chow. Also for family dear cheme in Colano, my Colano, 1, 2, 3, it's on again.
How about the concern say we better trigger the condition?
What led him to that? That's it. Because of Odo woman Kolano, or Mudia grow like inside out. Now, Kolana definitely a day. He might shed some tears, and I know him. He is very emotional. Baby can be obese one was here. Into yes, a beba. Soon, but eventually in Kolano, I don't know if it's down or up. And I say I call overboard. No, of course, what I say. And in March too, any your small way back. Exactly, you get it.
I know he's 42. He can also live his life without no man some more money. Me jam 1 month can be so he can live his life like that. Cover partner and I won't go for me.
So you see,
in one.
And only way no, it could be say
near man give in.
So it could be say as we speak, Obi. It could be say so Onyobi. So Obi anyhow. Let's say Vanessa to me manage ebusia convince ya boat na Vanessa could pay for them kwale you be do weekend and I be holidays. Holidays, you know.
Betija.
Betija. Ba miss.
Yanko Koku Rasta so. Black Sheriff. Any the image na eba ni performance and also I mean the stage when he was performing at the New York. Mene Madame Fubi in New York. He was at the event also Oshebi and yet black time on Kwana. I don't know, sa image in the bay. Okay. There were some performers and then the image was there. So the Ghanaians are talking because a black, and I say there is a Ghanaian involved. Would you say, should people make a fuss out of this? That they've seen a Baphomet image during Blacko's performance, and because of that, they think he has joined the group.
I think say fallout from say Brazil for festival bi omukoye say omukomo Kenya nkopon e man nsuo bi to twifa so for some time now no amount for anya sa image no woman so because it was shown in the news countless times, the kind of parade omoye de besen koye. And with him black no when ya an issue like that with Nikat lesbian now show on the video you saw a violent. And then now this thing or performing. I don't think it's something that he will plan as part of the craft. Ebiana organizers no, and omunimia omoye. And when he finds himself no, enye Ghana. A baby a yatete sanyum to funny be at home, crane, or more talents, no money mama such. I say I've been first abusumu say a home homo say and yatete say it's me mount power be and I say it's me mount influence be wo ababonimo. I think say the timing for Saturday when you're right because we're still basking in the ambience say we're winning artist of the year Niger bojene so. I don't think say atone kra assets yet because even though we're breaking through no I feel say there are bigger things ahead of him. I mean, a bit me I say we drew some pempen so we so I mean the talent is raw. Time or take on nguzongo we saw through the talent. E didn't ne obeton ne krama bonsam bi ansana enyom no watimi atro ni ye and I don't quite get. I don't think we should make a big fuss but me feel say the timing was wrong. Because we're still talking about the Artist of the Year award na when you now we are babe boom no and I only me come have for you your tea bia no 14 year ya be kasa I mean tini nyum biem na you say yes or den ho akobo bonsam bi on baby wo fie na bia or streaming or ba so dum no na sa akola no or ye a ye born abaso a or den ho akodom bonsam bi those little things no e wom self say bia engimi ndru ba bia but eti mo fans ne so locally especially with a fear I believe he says man there what the ben Manchester what your ma ben bonsam no I saw his interview or try how he reacts to issues say kasafa no so doom the phone obetimi doom mo phone but there are thousands of the masses in a be or her a little tweet be and a little information beat me mom bottom yem if you treat them this way na they be can once and also their own fan who be doom phone na e be kaka nyum no na be bo amaneti.
So, I mean, OCAB organizers and he may not know, but you as a performer, when you are on stage, all these things you should know is part of your craft. The show on the screen, or more stages, no so near the day. So, are you suggesting that he may have been ambushed?
It's a possibility, but then again, Yebisa say, was there a creative director for the whole concept no because maybe I wanted there is likely say or snapping a finger to see no obenya obiama na a direct was that how na e was say ekwana if you feel say a bother that match na say there was a creative director he can easily tweet and say oh it wasn't intentional and maybe I share that we are trying to tap into sa fraternity no say na be almost so madwin beba medjuma ya so no I don't think say ahono obetimi allow say anything should ambush you because it could have been detrimental than the year king. So if there was a creative director they should tell us how the whole performance was planned because nyum no now share the sia or botwa sona it had no link with Baphomet to say Baffa whatever nana there was no correlation between that and it was quite off for me. And I say ABA they wanted people to talk about the performance and the way they felt it should be talked about is the fact that PR wise I don't think is a wise decision.
Oh really?
Yeah. I feel say the focus should be the award and how great the performances were and how the turnout echo because we were New York of all places. That's all for some Bonsambi a better which now person the tone who was shown so I don't think it makes
Caleb
sense.
is a huge fan of Blacko. Caleb, are you worried?
I'm not. I'm not, because these things a few times, especially even Sako the crowd, ni stage we crowd or Janahona science via about film kakra na Naja and so Yakika on but even if he had joined the Illuminati, and so what? And so everybody has got a purpose in life. Asasi so amino way. Obia when the Juma baby do asasi so me so obeko. Se sa na ye ne calling. What is our business? What are we supporting of him? It's music, it's art. That's it. Whatever he chooses to do is none of anybody's business.
But someone can say baby I could dominate what on so I'm about something. Don't time me too. I'm not
what on so
buying your product again.
Even if Enoka is true, why did he join? Said those who join, you say unya to me, and I am would do quick. So some will fall off, more will come. Into the young act, I felt he had a good show in New York or Ghana performing. I managed to watch some of the videos.
Singing like word to word.
He killed it.
Yeah.
No, that should be the conversation. And that image be of the and also events. Events. Yeah, yes, Remo. And then the big boys see bad mistakes. So now, what this one maybe a sure then it will a bit whitewashing the beauty of the whole thing. And yet, but yeah, guy, no, it is his music. And I may say, me say, me tina. And I may share no say so or anyway now. But say me voice, no. I want to pick up that little the voice, the way or modulated voice, no. And no na managing. And yet, the event organizer be a project here to Nechi. It could also be say the creative director for that show, and now you're the main brain behind it. But like I said, oh no boy no, the Tianeka, some man on your show. Akonyana na isi hono. Say obetilem kakra. So that was the act. The amu was screening so the passing comments. Vanessa, let's discuss his performance. Let's discuss the show, what it will do for him as an artist, the pluses that show will give him as a brand, and then whatever one will project behind him. And show.
Say, can na hip hop for no. Say ya bow to open and you say, oh yeah, gangster. Just a one what tough skin. So say it looks like you transition from a tour bono to you associating yourself with be a yesu say yes supernatural be a timmy mouth position be not just say yes all calls group be not say. I think say gradually ne ho na afeye turning attention to say back akra no obi ana ma no kra bodua ana okra bibia or pity am won say or power be a setting apart and as a setting higher than you. Is Obian was a two near boa with me might not come out again. It looks like you transition from her young to your boss because the OE purely talent based. Purely. To me be anywhere bit me as someone in a mouth. Until we need to check that.
Moving forward, no, would you say Blacko's team should check these things? That's if he doesn't know anything about whatever.
For all you know, they are enjoying him appearing powerful with links to these spirits and I say images. For all you know, because Rebecca just said bad publicity be anyway. Be an say it's her, you can't say, but let's look at the long term. What's my say? Ocean long term now, ocean name more. Let's desist from him because there are some artists they video. I mean, he is rich and powerful. One was the video di Obusumbitia Kusiniti so that. He won't do that because of person kasa about the performer. No go any sweet voice or this husky son or a hate and he's hardworking. What's my say? Yakasa kodia is rapaholic yaka. There's always performance based because hip hop a ball live beat so a refreshing. So you always want to go into some person you feel so you're powerful. Link it with talent. don't go looking for spirits and images that will make you appear so sure. So probably they are enjoying it, but they have to check it.
Okay, right. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about Hajia for real, aka Mona for real. UK. Almost say some alleged $2 million romance scam. It's eForum on GhanaWeb TV.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh,
McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. You're still watching eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with Valerie Chumuabuatin. She's an entertainment journalist. And then Caleb Niboy is also a broadcaster with 3FM. So next, we'll talk about Mona for real, aka Hajia for real. Until November 2022, and Ebeto just say UK police for Omunsa Aka Hajia for real. And Che Bia, let's say, oh, when the issue came, you know, go for accounts and we say Ampa, we see Yampa, Hajia or Chile, we see, you know, Ebe Bubrunyang, Ubibese. I feel the crab and he said, yeah, the Mona for real, yeah, they know Elko US, na just Omo Aqua Kudi. Na semo ho ade almost say $2 million romance scam. Say e kan romance scam anache say de metrasi amwate ase ni say asa wodo wano afa obi ho adefe na ase odo mu ha ase mepeo ha sa ne ma na ache say wode gini pakrosika ewo ekwan bone so se ma kire mu ye
Vanessa second coming and we be romance and I ready we.
Oh, sana enti enuni asema daho. But you see, I've been following comments that some people have passed ever since this issue came, and I don't know whether it is because of Mona Forel's lifestyle, but it sounds as though people have convicted her already, or they seem to be convinced that she's guilty. Is that the impression that you get, any of you?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so, because say before Obabe ye a human crown for no now share the kind of photos, images na the man no me can say emorium, but eja ubisa gaso my father did this, me say work hard and do this and do that. Inti say otie some of the interviews I work cry the way offer how they motivate young girls. Now you come in maybe after some years, what to say, so police force cannot have now. I say yeah. San will be a drink, but so I think sir Ankayem train na court na verdict, because the court ma verdict after the owo ejinaso ana ejinaso to make up a case. So kasa after the obejina verdict na court then the buy and no so na obejina now they can't there was so can, but long and short and they say and then Edeben romance scam. Romance scam.
Yes.
Hey, sir. Now romance so yes scam.
What's romance so yes scam?
Romance are me dem say found those are family scam. Anyway, let's get serious. But I mean Mr. Ghana for, and I'm not here to make it look like me defending, but I think we should wait. Young China case no kusi. So case no kusi a afedi utumi biem because charges ebeba say otumi ko defend ne ho yie e wo court ho na onya good lawyer maybe court no ebe janim na sa court no kra ebe china tuma mate from some lawyers almost say between 10 to 20 years say
if this class is 50 years
so to and all of meaning say your mouth sentence na
you do have
part I say into no yen train na court no and deal with assembly no but is it true say bibi abone
sana yeah that's what I read say tracker
into no
can ni bill conditions no
nti ade no bone nan odwaye ebuso say
Debbie if you swabro bro
I'm come edin na no man twen amba ma chi no
enu de
omo twen ya
okọ na chese anti
awards no mo ye wo UK no so na ga wo say
no for ka say bi omo so munim who I doubt it.
I doubt
yeah
because tie omo you know so mo they've been investigating her for 10 years.
10 years.
Yes.
Oh. Now,
10 years.
Does that mean say at a point, you know, not on engaging in her, and I say,
well, I know the end. This is a prosecutor's no bit much.
Okay.
But see, I know they are. Emma me a bit scared, kakra. They say, omo affiliate to Mona, no. They say they are also under investigations. And it's quite scary. Now, it's quite scary because Osha Mona playmate usually or more on the game you understand? And some of them are your top-notch artists.
Yeah.
What I say. Now, I'm now may wonder how or the end about see. Say, if I say artist A linked to Mona. Say FBI for and say is it
yeah
say FBI for ever be any form of trigger almost some dey no e be saying as in the born in saying and I say I mean
say aiding and abetting
I'm wondering how say oh yeah madamfo na yachiw na you say oya madam funti no misusu ye hwe me
because e bia na ne bia na one ne ye
so but say it could also be said there oya maybe one can tell me say unum bigo
so ye chiwa na wakochire mu de ntia
we dey some but we dey yen court no
yeah Abrantipa me focus will be youth the comments on social media on Hajia for real case, you know. And I don't mind pressure. And I don't mind pressure. It's like you're mistaking inspiration for pressure.
What's the difference?
Pressure, according to your terms, you know, I say, you're home soon. And I had your person will call you on smile. Also take inspiration. Almost was shot at the fair. What you ordered versus what you got. No, offer now person pambia. Go ahead. Now be pambi. And I don't say she. But then no, obia woni role model, obia wo nipa o look up to. Ebia wo fie o blueprint no or you have very responsible parents and siblings I will show mo. Ebi so uni bi nti no you look up to a girl like Hajia. She's pretty. So your role model mean the mechanic keep it up. Because the advice on hard work valid. And she showed it. Or say born home or dinner ye jumadin. Or by new there were aspects of the near maybe an or ya or the tread domino. Adia bia or ye or the tread domino some motion or ye ni ye or the jumadin ebataho. She was doing very well, extremely well, more than even mainstream artists grandpa ye wo. She if you release 7 songs or just 7 videos. She how or launch ni EP no e compare baby a obetimi ahwe videos as a cinema sets and kakra and also videos now top notch quality videos. Into that advice is still valid. Into if for that reason no you fell in love with her now for so your biggest inspiration I didn't know yachin into yourself, I said, or withdraw. It's a mintisa, and I say we fake, and I say, oh, your artist, she can appear anyhow. So they will be muko baby and ma to call our mukona and unti yen for price tag papa and tomusono. She can't appear like that. I was so to me, it's in who ye. Ye glorify poverty, wo here we a work on my way mood do they be on here a corner do. Sika no nye bia nidi. Until let's stop advising obi a woni sika. Say dini say. Me who post be on social media. You see Sadio Mane, Cameroon footballer no. Senegal footballer no. Ni phone screen a crack it. Na ni sika bebe being nechi no. Ni phone screen a crack ogusu de nam saa. Be share a before. We are humble. When it says we are down to earth. When it says we are
Ghana, how better pure water.
Is it actor?
American musician.
Actor. Oh, why crying a bit?
I'm forgetting his name. He was wearing some t-shirt, be no top pure water. And no, and I said you be a whisker crowd. No, water.
As a man, Vida Cacamono. If you crowd to Sako the other. There be no name. Wale ye some Facebook baby. And I nasa call your phone in him. I say, I can't. Oh, and I'm going to so now what be the I shall phone.
Chese, yes, Sadio, na down to earth. And I say, Massa, so for any crack here, you for any crack now, do some so a bit chawa. It doesn't mean anything, say, who for a cracking we are down to ear glorify or hear any poverty will grow a mood to do. Near foot to our my young girls, it still stands.
Kendrick valid.
Valid. She signed up for some gummies via no brand ambassador for. You saw her every time advertising, even in the videos, no brand placement to more did too.
Yeah.
Ne for real kids, ne tadi ni adi. They be out dressing the banner or tag. Ne juma the auditor and see and show bedroom or in who in a year. So yeah, I am too able with the condemnation. And she rightly said, say, there are people using her image to scam people. On one kind. So when you say people are using her image. And for her to come out to plead, say, on your guilty, no. It means probably they have a story to tell in court. Until I side with Caleb, so see you 2 years, but now share how the court proceedings ebeko. Ma yeah, a similar case like that. Na ele ametefe cocaine saga.
Yeah.
I was in London. I was filing the reports from the court. On oba no jitum say or you guilty. Papa na man 8 years 8 months. We try we cry kopeni Austria baby atna. You get it. But she is saying say on you guilty. And also the lawyers no moody asem now. They have, you know, quite clean credentials on Sanya Manema. So probably they know what they are doing. So later Obana so be pleading guilty are fine. But what I'm saying is that the advice to young girls, it is still valid. Munjai, some will glorify poverty or maimu. She can't appear anyhow.
Okay, right. You find out ways
omo share number ebe tran wa ka se wo omo kebi ama no
yen fa bone so
yen kebi mu bia asem
innocent until proven
exactly
guilty. Exactly.
Court the man verdict ni wi a you will be kan ye be kan.
Yeah.
Thank you for that caveat.
Okay, yapon eno yo wati ene ye ko you will break communication through music very soon. Thank you so much for watching this episode of E-Forum. Vadedi Chumabuatin is an entertainment journalist. Caleb Niboy is a broadcaster with 3FM. His show is Showbiz 927. Every Saturday, mid-morning. Or some producer Black Rasta. Bese Manche. Aye. Me pesa me kai emrani na.
Me accolades.
Yeah.
She, nyanga. Rasta
I am passing seats back obu. And I say the corals no mubwa.
Ono na ebu no.
Seats ni the back obu.
Black Rasta ni buno.
I want to answer that.
Yeah.
I want to answer that. But sit nebu.
Bakobu.
Sit nebu.
Okay. Thank you so much for watching.
Hey.
We are back next week.
For more news, visit our website www.ghanaweb.com. We'll be back next week with yet another riveting conversation on e-forum on GhanaWeb TV. Your friend Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Yesterday's approval of the budget principle does not constitute approval of the budget. So, for the record, the budget has not been approved yet. There are processes, approval processes. First, there's the need for Parliament to debate the principles of the budget and consider approval. Subsequently, Parliament, after debating, voted on the principles and got it approved. But it should be noted that we in the minority has indicated that going forward, we have zeroed in into certain things that we believe is wrong, and therefore we will not support its approval. Number one, there are a number of tax measures that has been introduced. Government requested Parliament to approve 23 measures, 23 tax measures. We have noticed that out of the 23 measures, 2 of them are measures that we cannot support. The first one has to do with the VAT, value added tax, and the second one has to do with the VAT and the e-levy exemptions, threshold exemptions. First, on the VAT, our position is clear. We in the minority, particularly the NDC, we are a Social Democratic Party. We believe in taxation. We believe particularly in progressive taxes. But obviously, in as much as we are the ones that introduced VAT first in this republic, we think that, one, this is not the time to increase VAT. At a time that inflation has imposed inflation tax on certain goods and services, to the extent that prices of goods and services has sometimes doubled, in some cases tripled, we believe that this is not the time to introduce VAT. So we are asking the government to hold on to that policy until the future. When there is stability, you can introduce VAT. Inflation is skyrocketing. In the last 10 months, inflation has moved from 13% to 40%. So obviously, cedis has depreciated badly. Now the government is telling us that they are going to introduce benchmark value discount, remove the discount. Obviously, that will result in an increase in duties. So this isn't the time to impose VAT on additional VAT on the people of Ghana. So we've zeroed in that, and obviously that is our position as a caucus, and we will object to it. And we will vote first from the committee and second on the floor. We have also said that, in the government's own words, they indicated to us during the e-levy debate that poor people will not be made to pay e-levy, obviously because their income is not good enough. And so therefore government intended to exempt them. And so they introduced a threshold of 100 Ghana cedis. But let it be noted that this 100 Ghana cedis, at the time they introduced e-levy to today, the value of the 100 cedis has been eroded because of inflation and the cedi depreciation and other things. So even if you are to look critically at the 100 cedis, the value of the 100 cedis yesterday, at the time they introduced, is about 40 cedis today. So why should we allow them to go ahead and do this kind of exemption? So we'll vote against that one as well. Then apart from that, we have again identified certain expenditure handles and believe that those expenditure handles should not be made to pass. An example, this government, again, as part of their budget, had said that they have created a contingency vote worth 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. We think it is inappropriate. We think we should reject it, and we'll take it at the committee and deal with it and bring a report appropriately. We have also said that at the time that the country is in crisis, even though we are Christians and we believe in a religion, obviously I am a very staunch Christian. I do not believe that this is not the time to use state money to build a cathedral. In fact, the Catholic Bishop Conference, the president of Catholic Bishop Conference has said that the National Cathedral is a misplaced priority. And so therefore, we cannot support the building of cathedral at this point. And so the expenditure in that must also be removed. So we have a number of things that we've said we are going to oppose. Then the almighty debt restructuring. Unfortunately, it's not before Parliament. The government is trying to bypass Parliament, and we will insist that this is brought to us for us to scrutinize it. We are the people's representative and not any other people, and so we should have a voice in approving this so-called debt restructuring or debt exchange, they call it. We are waiting for that. So please, we can assure you that the budget process is not yet complete. Our position is that the bills that will come to Finance Committee and obviously to Parliament will go through proper scrutiny. Then the estimate that needs to be approved, we will also look at it and where possible exert our authority on those ones as well. So the budget process is not approved. We are yet to approve the appropriations bill. We are yet to approve the estimate for the ministries, departments and agencies. We are yet to look at the finance and fiscal bills that will be sent to be brought before us. So let no one, for the record, let no one create an impression that the budget has been approved. What was done yesterday was the principles of the budget. Obviously, a budget will have both sides, good side and a bad side. We cannot reject the entire principles because there are certain things that you can say, obviously, is good. There are things like people's salary. Are you telling us in difficult times like this that obviously people are struggling to survive? You are going to ensure that they are not going to get their wages and salaries. I think that will not be right on our part, and there's the need for us to do what is right.
The rest of the team should wait. They should just stay there because, and Archbishop, we have to put a quota on the number because the team that normally runs with us is over 300. We're over 300 members of what we call Team Jata. And we're here this morning because the man of God asked us to do it. We're told that whatever the man of God says, do it.
You have a pay if you say, I'm in the car, said the end. You can't say, I'm a person. You can't say,
as a member of this church, I have not hidden the fact that the Archbishop is my spiritual father. And in politics, they always say, Yado Yabi Yongwe. And for me, my Yumo, my oracle, is the Archbishop Charles Ajinasari. And so before I go into any election, I come and see him and seek the face of God with him. And this election was a pretty interesting one. Because even though it was an internal election, the whole country was watching what was happening in Igbo Pram. And I said it was a fight between light and darkness. And I remember when I went to meet the Archbishop and asked him to pray. Like you know he does. The whole prayer didn't take 30 seconds. He said, oh, it is done. And so I went. And I told my team that it is done. And to the glory of God. On the 13th of May, that was last week Saturday. We went into that election. And the God of Archbishop Charles Ajinasari, the God of the Perez, he spoke loud and clear. And every other voice was silent. And for me, I have learned that from the parable of the lepers, the battle is not over until the Thanksgiving is done. And so since this is our source, this is my spiritual home. My team and I have come back here to say to the God of the Peresto, to say to the God of Archbishop Charles Achinasari, that we are thankful and we are grateful. Because we know He who has started this with us will lead us to an expected end. And my team knows that me, I can't when it comes to this, I can't be without singing.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh,
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang pine, Pia want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Inflation is a Bank of Ghana mandate. Price stability is a Bank of Ghana mandate. And then in ensuring that their mandate allows them to deal in precious metals, of which gold is part. So they can refine gold. They can buy, sell, import, do whatever they want with gold.
Hello and welcome to yet another edition of BOST on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholimega. On this episode, I have here with me a very special guest in the person of the Managing Director for the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited, Mr. Edwin Provençal. Mr. Edwin, good to see you. How are you? Welcome to the show.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
This is the second time we are meeting. Right?
Yeah, it's really good to see you. Now you have a new office. How are things going at BOST?
Oh, the new office, the problem office. Anyway, I'm sure you remember this office was a huge topic some time back. I mean, God being so good, we've been able to resolve all the issues. The project started from 2015. I mean, and I keep saying that when we mix politics with business, sometimes it doesn't end well. We've incurred lots of costs, but the good news is that we have moved into the building, and this also proves that for projects that started before our ex-president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came into power, he has ensured that we resolve all issues and then benefit from these assets. This is a testimony of one of them, and we are happy we have moved into our own offices.
Great. Yeah, so now let's come to today's topic for today, which is the gold for oil. As you know, the Vice President had made the initial announcement back in November announcing the program. And we've seen some implementation go on. And we just want to find out from you, from BOST in itself, how are things going with the gold for oil program?
Thank you very much. I'm very passionate about this topic because of the results this program is yielding. I'm sure you remember that in November, December, you saw what was happening in this country, where inflation rates had got into almost 50%, 52%, to be precise. And Forex had gotten to almost 15, 16 cities. That was precarious, and it was symptomatic of an economy or a market that had failed. And once there's a market failure, even though we knew we were going to IMF, we knew IMF was going to take time. So that was when the Vice President decided to bring a group of government entities together to try and resolve this issue while still talking to IMF. I'm sure you acknowledge that where there's a market failure, the responsibility for the correction of that defect lies solely on government. And in order for government to correct these failures, they use the policy instruments at their disposal. So inflation at 52%, Forex climbing up was a no-no. That was a no-no, and government had to do something before the people of Ghana, something happened to the people of Ghana. So that was what birthed this Gold for Oil program, and I'm happy to say that all the assumptions and all the hypotheses we put in place, the results are showing, and we've been able to reduce fuel prices from those high prices all the way to currently what we are seeing now at 12 point something cities. And then Forex has also come down drastically to where we are now. We believe that it will still go down further. And you can see that it's culminated in the reaction of the transport unions to also lower the transport fares. And that was the whole idea of this particular program. And so thanks to His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, thanks to the Vice President, thanks to the Minister of Energy, thanks to NPA, thanks to PMMC, thanks to Bank of Ghana, and then thanks to BOST and all its staff, we've been able to achieving the objectives set for Gold for Oil. Yeah.
Speaking of objectives, I'm sure this policy came it's quite new. The mode of operation, having to do the barter with the gold and then the Bank of Ghana. What is BOST's specific role in this entire Gold for Oil policy? If you can run us through the salient steps.
Yes, that's important. So, I'll start from the key stakeholders. Okay. So the key stakeholders for this Gold for Oil policy are one, Bank of Ghana. So Bank of Ghana, in its law, is mandated to keep price stability in this market. So if inflation gets to 50%, obviously, Bank of Ghana has to do something about it. Not only that, for Bank of Ghana as well, in Section 50, Act 612 as amended of their act, tells them that the bank, it says, and let me read it verbatim, it says the bank may import, export, refine, hold, sell, transfer, or otherwise deal in gold, gold bullions, and any other precious metals as determined by the board. So inflation is a Bank of Ghana mandate. Price stability is a Bank of Ghana mandate. And then in ensuring that their mandate allows them to deal in precious metals, of which of which gold is part. So they can refine gold. They can buy, sell, import, do whatever they want with gold.
It's like the domestic gold program that they have.
Yes, like the domestic gold program, but that is domestic. But they can even bring in gold to shore up their reserves, etc. So that's Bank of Ghana. Then you get to NPA. NPA regulates the downstream sector, and so yes, they play a key role in petroleum imports into this country because they're downstream activity. Then you go to PMMC. PMMC is also mandated to do what? License. Upon license buying agents, they are mandated to grade, assay, value, and process precious metals. They can buy and sell precious minerals. So PMMC was in this as well, together with their ministries. So Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, you had Ministry of Energy there, and then you had BOST also in there. BOST, we already, as what we do every day is to bring in fuel and make sure that we have some reserves, which we are not doing so well in the reserve side because nobody's paying for us to store the fuel. So we bring in fuel, and then we sell the fuel to bulk distribution companies. And bulk is 100% owned by government. NPA, same is the regulatory agency. PMMC, owned by government. So government would use the tools at its disposal, which are these stakeholders, to correct the market failure that I spoke about. Another stakeholder that was critical in this was CBOD, the organization of the bulk oil distributors. So all the meetings we had, they sat in, appreciated what their concerns were, and then we had to engage them to make sure that it was holistic. So these were the stakeholders. So now back to your question as to what role BOST is playing. So BOST is the pivot around which this whole program works. Well, so you remember that pre-COVID, Ghana had recovered from whatever we went through from 2017, the banking issue, where lots of banks and microfinance companies collapsed, etc. So we had recovered from that. And if you remember, we were being touted as a country with the highest growth rate. That's pre-COVID. The economy had turned around, going up. And then COVID happened. Now, when COVID happened, I'm sure you would acknowledge the fact that the whole world economy shut down. People were told to stay at home. Mandatorily stay at home.
There was a freeze on everything.
There was a freeze on everything. Productivity ground to a halt. That meant that government revenue inflows came to a halt because productivity, everybody was at home. So government tax revenues started dwindling. Don't forget that before that time, we had accrued reserves up to almost 4 or 5 months of import cover. And that was amazing. I mean, from where we took the economy. Now, the moment government revenues stops flowing, but then, if you remember, government workers who are who consume more, about almost 50% of our total revenue, they were still being paid salaries. You get what I mean? They were being paid salaries, but there was no income coming.
So there was a deficit happening.
So the deficit started from there, where we had also taken lots of loans. I mean, for capital projects, these are good loans. But where you don't have income coming, and you have to service your debts, and then you have to also look for money, dollars, to buy medicine. You remember? People stayed at home. We gave them food. People stayed at home. They got free water. People stayed at home. Free electricity. All these expenses eventually would have to be paid for. There was no income coming. But if you remember what the president said, I'm sure you do, he said he was going to do whatever possible to preserve lives in Ghana.
To bring the economy back.
But he knows how we know how to bring the economy back to life, but we don't know how to bring human beings back to life. So the whole attention was to cushion the impact of COVID on the citizens of Ghana. And if people have forgotten, there were huge expenditures. Yes, we got some loans to support, but there were huge expenditures with zero revenue coming, zero income coming in. So our reserves started dwindling. because we had to buy medicine, we had to buy PPEs, we had to buy whatever. Our reserves started dwindling. There was no money coming in. Now, don't forget that the opportunity cost of government giving us food, paying electricity on our behalf, etc., 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 was that our disposable income was still in our pockets. Are you with me? Yeah. And that happened in lots of countries. So, post-COVID, the situation post-COVID was that the whole economy shut down in the world, and the economy started opening up. You got what I mean? In the whole world, because the whole economy shut down, and all of us were made to stay at home, guess what happened? We had lots of money in our pocket. So the moment the economy started opening up, people overnight wanted to go back to the lives they were living before COVID. So there will be demand for goods and services globally.
And that's what the oil king.
No, before that. There will be demand for goods and services. But the goods and services on the supply side were not available because the world economy has shut down. It was now opening. So you saw lots of money chasing few goods and global goods and services. What will happen to prices then? Prices will just start going up. So prices started going up post-COVID. And that's the explanation. And it was a global event. I mean, if you look at what happened in the US, inflation started going up everywhere.
They're almost experiencing a default.
Yes. And so that is what happened. Now, before COVID, when Ghana's economy was booming, our real interest rate as well, which is the nominal interest rate minus inflation. For Ghana, our real interest rate was positive. For America, the real interest rate was almost zero or negative. Because the interest rate in America was about 0.2%. And their inflation was hovering around 1%, 2%. If you do the subtraction, the real interest rate was negative. So if you had money to invest in America, where would you invest your money? You would look for an economy that has a positive real interest rate to invest. So that was why we got lots of FDIs, a lot of capital inflows into Ghana to come and buy our bonds, to come and, it also made us borrow a lot. But the economy was booming, so it wasn't that much of a risk. But when, after COVID, inflation started going up and Ghana's inflation started coming up, our real interest rate reversed from positive to negative. And in America, they also started increasing their interest rates. And eventually, their real interest rates became positive. So if you are an investor having money in Ghana, any negative real interest rates, as compared to positive in America, what will you do? You will dump the bonds in Ghana, and so it caused a capital flight. And post-COVID, the capital flight also exacerbated the condition of the exchange rate. So our exchange rate started going up. Why? Because everybody was looking for dollar to get out. So inflation started going up, exchange rate started going up. Seriously. And petroleum prices started going up. Why? Because petroleum prices, a huge chunk of it depends on the exchange rate. So in November, it reached 23 cedis and over. And that was a no-no.
So that forced the idea of the policy to come into place?
No. The policy it contributed, but what forced the policy to come into place was the Russia-Ukraine war.
Okay, but some will argue that the challenges have been existing already before the war.
What challenges? Have we had a growth in forex up to that level ever in our economy before? No, we haven't. Have we had inflation up to 52% within 2 months in this country before? No, we haven't. It was a huge external shock. It was not a gradual increase in prices. It was a drastic external shock. And it was it happened globally, not only in Ghana. I mean, Argentina, even in the US and America, their interest rates are still going up. So, I mean, that is what happened in this country. So then the issue was that, okay, once we are going to IMF, it will take a while. What can we do to alleviate the suffering of our people in Ghana? And then this group of stakeholders were called together and said, look, because in Ghana, the moment energy prices goes up, everything else goes up. So if we want to control this inflation and tame it, what do we have to focus on? Energy. And then we realized that, so the problem was inflation. But inflation was dependent on energy, and the energy was dependent on energy prices, and the energy prices were dependent on forex. Are you with me?
So all those were tying down to
what role is BOST playing? So the whole model is that BOST brings in petroleum products. Okay. If we can pay for these petroleum products with a different payment mechanism outside dollars, it will reduce the demand for dollars in this country. So we said, what commodity or which other type of money can we use to pay this? And then we realized that, damn, Ghana, there's a reason why we call Ghana a Gold Coast. It's a very good reason why Ghana is called Gold Coast. So why don't we rather pay for the oil with gold? And so Bank of Ghana started buying gold through PMMC, and BOST is the one who contracts for the oil. And once the oil comes in, we tell Bank of Ghana that the quality is okay, and then they pay for the gold. And now the oil is traded locally in Ghana in cedis.
So speaking of numbers, I just want to take a quick break, and then we'll delve into the numbers proper on the gold for oil. So I've been speaking with Mr. Edwin Provencal, and he's the MD for BOST, and we've been finding out about the gold for oil policy and the developments that have taken place since the start of the program. We'll be right back after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh,
McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I still have here with me the Managing Director for BOST, Mr. Edwin Provencal. We've been talking about the Gold for Oil policy program and the role that BOST is playing since the inception of the program. Mr. Edwin, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. I just want us to quickly zoom into the numbers in terms of BOST. Yes, I do like numbers. In terms of BOST, how much have you guys been able to bring in terms of selling and then distribution?
Interesting. So, so far, since January, we've brought in 10 cargoes.
Petrol and diesel?
Petrol and diesel, 10 cargoes, equivalent to 381,750 metric tons, or 467,196,000 liters. There are 3 more cargoes waiting to be discharged. Okay. So in total, we brought about 13 cargoes, equivalent to almost 486,000 metric tons. Yes.
That's quite a lot so far.
Oh yes, it's quite a lot, but it's even less than 50% of the market.
Okay, so you still have some work.
So there's still some work to be done.
But how are the BDCs and OMCs also receiving this policy? Because, there were some arguments and concerns on their part that this policy was going to come and take away their jobs, and it's like government is forcing them. Yeah. Are these concerns valid?
Very, very good question. I started this discussion by, and I'll ask you a question, that when there is a market failure, whose responsibility is it to correct it?
Government.
Thank you. And how can government correct it? By using its policy tools and policy instruments and things it can control. And so we are not in normal times. So I disagree with stakeholders who claim that government, in trying to alleviate the suffering of the people, is trying to kill their businesses. That is not true. And I'll demonstrate why it's not true. The BDC ecosystem is made up of 36 BDCs in Ghana. In January, when we brought in the first cargo, 6 people bought from us.
6 out of 36.
6 out of 36.
So that was a 30%, 30 remaining.
30 remaining.
Okay.
By March, 19 BDCs were buying from us. By April, last month, 23 BDCs bought from us. And the beauty about this particular program is that hitherto, my BDC colleagues, my brothers and sisters out there, faced huge forex risks in this market. Today, they buy everything in cedis and sell in cedis. So the forex risk that they used to carry and price it to the customer. So we were paying their forex risk.
Okay.
You know, that forex risk has been eliminated, and the customer is now benefiting from lower prices. That is one benefit. The second benefit is that they don't need to go and raise any dollar LCs with huge forex risks as well, because they raise CD LCs or buy in CDs. It's eliminated. The third is that they have guaranteed margins now, because today when they buy from us, there's a 40 pesos per liter that they can
which is the full
add.
Margin, right?
Yes, there's BDC margin and then there's an OMC margin. Okay. The OMC margin is about 50 pesos. Okay. The BDC margin is about 40. They have guaranteed margins. And so, initially, yes, I understood their angst and their fears, their concerns. But the evidence shows otherwise. From 6 to 22 BDCs that are buying from us. Why are they buying from us? Because they are getting value. Government has created an ecosystem that is killing 2 birds in 1 stone. The first one is that it's bringing price stability through forex. So the forex imported inflation is coming down, and I'm sure yesterday you read that Ghana's currency has appreciated by over 30-something%. It is as a result of these interventions. You don't do the private sector cannot help you do this. It's a Bank of Ghana mandate, and it's a government mandate. So that is what government is doing. Transport fares have come down by 10%. That was a corollary of what we are trying to do.
But some of the drivers say they don't want to, they're not going to be.
It's obvious. I mean, price is always sticky downwards. So once it goes up, nobody wants to bring it down. But what we're doing is forcing prices down. And so, yes, I empathize with them, but their risks, I don't think, reflect reality. Yes.
Okay. Now, to my next question, we've seen some drop in the prices of fuel at OMCs. I think a lot of them.
A lot of drops.
Some 2 days ago, which is the second pricing window of May. Are we expected to witness further drops? And is this as a result of the gold for oil policy, or the IMF, or there's a drop on the international market?
Yes, I mean this is a very great question. So in economics, the variables are a lot. They are a lot. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So speculation alone can impact pricing. So there's speculation, there's the IMF, there's gold for oil, there's so many other things that can impact. Unfortunately, I haven't done the analysis to disaggregate them. Okay. But I know for a fact, what the data is telling us, for a fact, is that gold for oil is playing a very critical role in the price reduction we are experiencing. Because there are real factors that affect prices. And we are deliberately shoring up our reserves in gold, using some of the gold to pay for the oil. Prices are coming down because of that program. IMF will help to bring prices further down. The speculators would not achieve anything by speculating otherwise. They will speculate in the areas of price reduction, which will drive prices further down. So I can tell you for a fact that the trajectory at which prices are moving today is going to continue in the foreseeable future. And Ghanaians are the ultimate beneficiaries from this government program.
Speaking of future, you are at BOST, you are the head here. Is the gold for oil policy making BOST profitable?
I can't say that today. I mean, because if I was a private person, I would not be selling at the prices I'm selling at today. You get what I mean? Yeah. So, I mean, last year, my trade margins were hovering around 7%. The gold for oil margin for me is almost 2%. You understand? Okay. So I can't say I'm making lots of profit. No. It's almost between 1.52%. It resonates, it swings between 1.52%. So why? Because government is using its agency as a policy instrument to achieve a macroeconomic challenge that we had called inflation. So we are not in normal times. I'm not making a lot of money. No, I'm not making a lot of money. As compared to my trade margin in 2022 and 2021. No, okay. I'm not.
Right, great. So we are wrapping up, and I just wanted to find out from you. I mean, we've had our bailout request approved by the IMF. I'm sure it's good news for you and government, but in terms of the gold for oil policy, should there be some concerns about conditionalities coming in where we have to take off some programs and policies? Will it affect the gold for oil program, or this is something that's going to be there for a long-term project for government?
I mean, that's a very brilliant question. I don't want to talk for the finance minister or the Bank of Ghana, but I think that the payment of a commodity via dollars, cedis, or another commodity called gold is the sole responsibility and preserve of Ghana. Okay. And I don't think that anybody can tell us how to pay for our oil. That is one. We haven't said we will stop using the dollar. There are other things. We still auction dollars. But we need to start taking our destiny into our hands and start doing commonsensical things for the benefit of our people. We've had gold in this country forever. Since 1962, the reserves was 8 tons inherited. As we speak, before we started gold for oil, the reserve is still 8 tons. Other countries come to Ghana to buy our gold to go and shore up their reserves. What stops us from doing the same thing? I think it's high time we start loving our country and loving our people and implement policies that will inure to the benefit of you and I and our people out there who suffer from these price shocks every year. And so this is a novel program, and I have a strong belief that the managers of this economy will take the right decisions with respect to this program going forward.
I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. It's been very insightful hearing from your point of view. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and God bless you.
I've been speaking with Mr. Edwin Provençal, and he's a managing director for BOST, and we've been talking about the Gold for Oil program and the role that it plays since its inception back in November 2022. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, at the GhanaWeb. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholimega. Please do stay for Biz Headlines.
welcome to another edition of Best Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella Jejom Sogli. To our very first story, the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana has kept the policy rate unchanged at 29.5%. The decision comes after the MPC held its third meeting for 2023 to review economic developments in the country. Let's listen to the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison.
The tight monetary policy through additional liquidity management operations to address excess liquidity conditions in the market, relative stability in the local currency, and easing of ex-pump petroleum prices have all supported the disinflation process. Furthermore, the Bank of Ghana has signed the Memorandum of Understanding on zero financing to the budget to eliminate fiscal dominance and allow for a faster ease in inflation towards the target band. These policies should provide the much-needed anchor to reinforce the disinflation process and reset the economy on the path of recovery. Given these considerations, the Monetary Policy Committee decided to maintain the monetary policy rate at 29.5%. Thank you.
Still on the Bank of Ghana, Governor Addison also revealed that Ghana's gross international reserves have increased to $5.7 billion as of May 19, when the first tranche of the IMF loan hits the Bank of Ghana's account. He noted that this is indicative of 2.6 months import cover.
Gross international reserves at the end of March 2023 stood at $5.1 billion equivalent to 2.4 months of import cover, compared with the end December stock position of $6.2 billion, equivalent to 2.7 months of import cover. Gross international reserves, excluding oil funds, encumbered and pledged assets, stood at $1.4 billion. Net international reserves as of March 2023 stood at $2.1 billion. With the approval of the IMF's supported program and receipt of the first tranche of the disbursement, gross international reserves have increased to $5.7 billion as at Friday, 19th May 2023, equivalent to 2.6 months of import cover.
Former President John Dramani Mahama has questioned the rationale behind government's expenditure on the closure of banks and financial institutions during the banking sector cleanup exercise. According to him, the crisis in the financial sector at the time required an amount of 14 billion Ghana cedis to address, whereas government spent a whopping 25 billion Ghana cedis to undertake the cleanup exercise.
You have small traders who rely on banks like Undum's Bank, GN Bank. I've traveled around this country. Every single district you go, every single community you go, you see that small brick and tile GN Bank. And it was accepting deposits of 50 cedis, 100 cedis, and so on and so forth. And that created a network for private credit to the lowest of the low in our countries, in the rural areas. And so we should have thought through this properly. And that's why I said, why turn a 4 billion problem into a 25 billion problem? We could have used far less money to turn those banks around. Government could have done like has been done in other places, where you give the support that the bank needs to turn around, take a part of the equity. And as the bank builds back, it takes back its equity by paying the support that you give. It's been done in many countries. Why couldn't we do the same here?
Moving on, a group of 29 civil society organizations are calling for the immediate dismissal of the board chairman of GMPC, Freddie Blay, and also the chief executive of the corporation, Opoku Dankwa. The calls come on the back of recent reports and documents indicating GMPC's intention to sell 50% stake in Jubilee Holdings Limited in a deal with a South African oil company, Petro SA, despite significant revenue potential this interest holds for the state. Coordinator of the Economic Governance Platform, Abdul Karim Mohammed, speaking at a press briefing on May 23, 2023, noted that the persistent involvement of such persons associated with such deals pose significant risks to Ghana's stake and interest in the petroleum sector. Quote, we demand the immediate removal of GNPC CEO Poku Ashwene Dankwa and the board chairman Freddie W. Blay from their respective positions as they have become a threat to Ghana's interest in the petroleum sector. End quote. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has revealed that Ghana will return to the international capital market to borrow in order to fund infrastructural projects. According to him, the recent approval of the 3 billion IMF loan facility and the successful implementation of program initiatives will set the path for the country to be able to re-enter the international capital market. He made a statement during a panel discussion at the 2023 Qatar Africa Economic Forum in Doha.
Do you see that happening soon? Because I know your finance minister said there's no rush to get back.
There's no rush to get back, but nevertheless, obviously, why not? Can we not take advantage of global savings? It makes a lot of sense to be able to do that. And the sooner we can do it, better. I think that what the finance minister means is that we're going to try as much as possible to maintain the discipline which is required, which is the most important prerequisite of a successful program.
The managing director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, has asked persons not to be in a rush to do away with their dollars just yet, as many countries are on their way to pursue de-dollarization. According to her, this was because of the strength and depth of the United States and their capital markets. Speaking at the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha this week, she said, we don't expect a rapid shift in reserves because the reason the dollar is a reserve currency is because of the strength of the U.S. economy and the depth of its capital markets. Don't kiss your dollars goodbye just yet, she said, end quote. And that'll be all for BIS Headlines this week. For more of our news stories, do log on to our website at www.GhanaWeb.com. Also follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at The GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella Jejom Sugli. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
Yesterday's approval of the budget principle does not constitute approval of the budget. So, for the record, the budget has not been approved yet. There are processes, approval processes. First, there is the need for Parliament to debate the principles of the budget and consider approval. Subsequently, Parliament, after debating, voted on the principles and got it approved. But it should be noted that we in the minority has indicated that going forward, we have zeroed in into certain things that we believe is wrong, and therefore we will not support its approval. Number one, there are a number of tax measures that has been introduced. Government requested Parliament to approve 23 measures, 23 tax measures. We have noticed that out of the 23 measures, 2 of them are measures that we cannot support. The first one has to do with the VAT, value added tax, and the second one has to do with the VAT and the e-levy exemptions, threshold exemptions. First, on the VAT, our position is clear. We in the minority, particularly the NDC, we are a Social Democratic Party. We believe in taxation. We believe particularly in progressive taxes. But obviously, in as much as we are the ones that introduced VAT first in this republic, we think that, one, this is not the time to increase VAT. At a time that inflation has imposed inflation tax on certain goods and services, to the extent that prices of goods and services has sometimes doubled, in some cases tripled, we believe that this is not the time to introduce VAT. So we are asking the government to hold on to that policy until the future. When there is stability, you can introduce VAT. Inflation is skyrocketing. In the last 10 months, inflation has moved from 13% to 40%. So obviously, cedis has depreciated badly. Now the government is telling us that they are going to introduce benchmark value discount, remove the discount. Obviously, that will result in an increase in duties. So this isn't the time to impose VAT on additional VAT on the people of Ghana. So we've zeroed in that, and obviously that is our position as a caucus, and we will object to it. And we will vote first from the committee and second on the floor. We have also said that, in the government's own words, they indicated to us during the e-levy debate that poor people will not be made to pay e-levy, obviously because their income is not good enough. And so therefore government intended to remove, exempt them. And so they introduced a threshold of 100 Ghana cedis. But let it be noted that this 100 Ghana cedis, at the time they introduced e-levy to today, the value of the 100 cedis has been eroded because of inflation and the cedi depreciation and other things. So even if you are to look critically at the 100 cedis, the value of the 100 cedis yesterday, at the time they introduced, is about 40 cedis today. So why should we request for, allow them to go ahead and do this kind of exemption? So we'll vote against that one as well. Then apart from that, we have again identified certain expenditure handles and believe that those expenditure handles should not be made to pass. An example, this government, again, as part of their budget, had said that they have created a contingency vote worth 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. We think it is inappropriate. We think we should reject it, and we'll take it at the committee and deal with it and bring a report appropriately. We have also said that at the time that the country is in crisis, even though we are Christians and we believe in a religion, obviously, I am a very staunch Christian. I do not believe that this is not the time to use state money to build a cathedral. In fact, the Catholic Bishop Conference, the president of Catholic Bishop Conference has said that the National Cathedral is a misplaced priority. And so, therefore, we cannot support the building of cathedral at this point. And so the expenditure in that must also be removed. So we have a number of things that we've said we are going to oppose. Then the almighty debt restructuring. Unfortunately, it's not before Parliament. The government is trying to bypass Parliament, and we will insist that this is brought to us for us to scrutinize it. We are the people's representative and not any other people, and so we should have a voice in approving this so-called debt restructuring or debt exchange, they call it. We are waiting for that. So please, we can assure you that the budget process is not yet complete. Our position is that the bills that will come to Finance Committee and obviously to Parliament will go through proper scrutiny. Then the estimate that needs to be approved, we will also look at it and where possible exert our authority on those ones as well. So the budget process is not approved. We are yet to approve the appropriations bill. We are yet to approve the estimate for the ministries, departments and agencies. We are yet to look at the finance and fiscal bills that will be sent to be brought before us. So let no one, for the record, let no one create an impression that the budget has been approved. What was done yesterday was the principles of the budget. Obviously, a budget will have both sides, good side and a bad side. We cannot reject the entire principles because there are certain things that you can say, obviously, is good. There are things like people's salary. Are you telling us in difficult times like this that obviously people are struggling to survive? You are going to ensure that they are not going to get their wages and salaries. I think that will not be right on our part, and there's the need for us to do what is right.
The rest of the team should wait. They should just stay there because, and Archbishop, we have to put a quota on the number because the team that normally runs with us is over 300. We're over 300 members of what we call Team Jata. And we're here this morning because the man of God asked us to do it. We're told that whatever the man of God says, do it.
You have a pay if you say, I'm in the car, said the end. You can't say, I'm a person. You can't say,
as a member of this church, I have not hidden the fact that the Archbishop is my spiritual father.
Some years after preparing,
And in politics, they always say, yeah.
Favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, thou members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Thank you.
Instead of 10 minutes, say thank you. I heard you say thank you.
Other members, I wish to apologize to the members of the public. We indicated that we'll start at 10. It's almost 11 p.m. Unfortunately, 11 a.m. This is a committee of the House, and I have to get the quorum before I can start. So, whilst the quorum was not complete, I couldn't start. We have now finally gotten a substantial number of members join us, so we are sufficiently well constituted to start proceedings. Shall we now bring in the nominee, please? Honorable, my Lord Justice Gertrude Araba Esaba Tokono. You're welcome to this panel again.
Thank you very much.
We will now administer the oath.
Christian, Bible. I, Gertrude Araba Esaba Saki Tokono.
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching all matters in issue. Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honourable members, my lords, I'm supposed to make an opening remarks as part of the program. I've already apologized for the late start. Our quorum delayed in making up. Second thing I wish to say is that my Lord Gertrude Tokono is not new before us. In November 2019, she appeared before this committee and we took her through this same procedure. In that instance, she had been nominated as a Supreme Court judge. We are here again today because she has been nominated this time as the Chief Justice. The proceedings will not be different from what you have done in the past, except that probably we will now focus more on administration of justice generally rather than your knowledge in the law, because as for that one, we have tested that previously. But that is not too direct as to how members should ask their question. And I expect that at the close of this today, we will be able to say proudly that we have succeeded in considering you properly. You're all welcome. I hand over now to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you are right. This is not the first time we are going to have the opportunity to vet Justice Gertrude Araba Esaba Saki Tokono. However, our job here today will be focusing on evaluating her judgment or ruling from the time she went to the Supreme Court to today. We've been able to secure most of the rulings and the judgment from that she was able to participate on. So that is largely what we will be doing. Unfortunately, there is one of them that we are not able to get the reasoned ruling on the matter. That has to do with the recent case involving our colleague, the Honorable Kwesin. We are of the view that we should be given opportunity to get a copy of the ruling so that we can be able to ask her questions based on her ruling. We are going to start the vetting, obviously, using the information that we have. But unfortunately, we cannot conclude on the matter until we have the ruling on the latest judgment that she took part. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty straightforward. As I said, she's not new to us. She's been around for some time, and we will start the process of vetting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Enough members will start. My Lord Justice Tokono, as I said, we know you already, but for the record, kindly tell us a little more about yourself again.
I started my legal career in the judiciary in 2004 as a High Court judge. I was one of the first judges in the commercial division of the High Court. I moved to the Court of Appeal in 2012 and to the Supreme Court in 2019. I'm a Christian. My father is from Gomoe Jumakum State, Gomon to be precise. My mother is from Winneba, and so I'm a Futu. I'm married to an Anglo man called Tokonu. I have 4 children, 4 daughters, and 3 grandchildren. Thank you.
You appeared before us in November 2019. The name on the letter from the presidency referring you to us did not include any sake. Now there's a new one. This one includes a sake. Are we dealing with the same person?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Very much so. I started life as Gertrude Aribe Savasaki, got married and became Gertrude Aribe Sava Tokonu. And when I was elevated to the Supreme Court, I had a conversation with my father and told him that I thought that he had done such a great job that his name should be added. He was very happy. I saw the statutory declaration on June 1st. He died on June 13th last year, and I got it gazetted, and so Saki has been added to my name.
Do you have a copy of the statutory declaration for our record? Very well, the Gazette. Do you have a copy with you?
Unfortunately, the list I was given did not include such an item, but it's so close by, I can give it to you by close of day.
Very well. Just make sure that I get a copy and add it to the file so we clear the 2 persons. Yes. Very well, colleagues. I'll open the floor now for members to ask questions. Yes, Honorable Medina. I thought you had raised your hand. Oh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable nominee, congratulations once more.
Thank you very much.
My first question will deal with the leadership of the judiciary. You would realize that on the same day that your predecessor went out of office, there was a major situation with the judicial service. What are you going to do differently to promote, or deal with the situation? And I'm asking this within the context of the fact that the entire administration of justice, from the strike action that we're talking about, we've had issues with law school, we've had issues with examination malpractices, leakage of exam papers, with law school, we have issues with law school admission. All these things point to one thing: lack of leadership. What is going to be your strategic goals to turn around the situation with administration of justice in Ghana?
I believe that because the judiciary is a human institution, there has always been leadership, and the presence of trouble in any part of judicial administration or administration of the justice sector is not indicative of lack of leadership. The judiciary has had very great leaders through its life, and I believe that I'm inheriting a great legacy. Now, the strike that was pronounced recently, to the best of my knowledge, and not just briefing, but personal knowledge, matters are under control. We've had meetings with them. We are one family, And I believe that very soon we will see the court doors open.
Can I, in respect of the strike which you have just been, what is the specific issue on which the judicial service staff have gone on strike?
It's about the review of salaries. There is a structure for the review of salaries on a biannual basis, and that process started. And staff, I think, are of the opinion that it's going too slowly, and this is why they've gone on strike. But the process is very much going on, and yesterday we were in meetings.
Has the judiciary defaulted on their part of that process?
I would say not at all, because it's not a process that's limited to the judiciary. It's a process that starts with proposals from the judiciary, goes to the Judicial Council, goes to the executive, Ministry of Finance is involved, the Office of the President is involved. So it's a cycle, and then they get back to the judiciary. It's a cycle, and as I said, the process is ongoing. I think their complaint was that it was going too slowly.
Yes, we continue.
Your Ladyship, Mr. Chair, the second question has to do with the politics of the Supreme Court and judicial independence. Politics of the Supreme Court and judicial independence. Your Ladyship, there is no doubt about the fact that there is a popular perception out there that most judges will do the bidding of their appointing authority. Now, what would you do as the head of the judiciary to change this perception? Because it is so important for us to uphold the independence of the judiciary. Now, as your Ladyship would know, justice must not only be seen as being done, but it must not just be done, but be seen being done. In other words, the issues of judicial independence should not only be in our statute books. In fact, in the psyche of every Ghanaian, everybody must understand and appreciate judicial independence. What would you do to... Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe that, I mean, the ordinary Ghanaian would have to understand and appreciate judicial independence. Mr. Chair, what would you do to change this perception? And it is very critical, because if you look at our Afrobarometer surveys, you look at Ghana's fall on the rule of law index and so on and so forth. So it's so crucial that as a leader of the judicial arm of government, we do something about this. What would you do to ensure that this independence is upheld and is appreciated by every Ghanaian?
I believe your question started with a premise that judges will do the bidding of the appointing authority. Then your question moved into assuring Ghanaians that judges would work independently. Now, it's difficult for me to appreciate what is meant by the appointing authority, because the appointing authority from the for Superior Court judges is the President, and with acting on advice and in consultation with the Judicial Council and the Council of State when it comes to the Supreme Court. I think that if there's such a perception, it is a wrong perception, because the load of our work with respect to the ordinary Ghanaian, hardly has anything to do with appointing authorities. On a daily basis, we are adjudicating tens and hundreds of cases involving the quote-unquote ordinary Joe. Then, as to whether judges give decisions on the basis of independence, independence is always linked with law. And as long as our decisions are premised on law, they must be presumed to have been arrived at independently. What will I do? consistent engagement with the community of Ghana through the media regarding how the adjudication process functions, and consistent engagement with judges themselves and with judicial service staff.
Mr. Chair, my third and final question has to do with what I respectfully consider as the abuse of the power of contempt by the Supreme Court. Mr. Chair, I'm saying this because in any open democracy, the only way we hold people to account is to speak about them. But there has been a trend which is very novel, because when I was coming here, I tried to look at a jurisdiction in the US, I tried to look at Canada, I tried to look at UK to see whether there has been a practice where maybe Supreme Court gives a decision, somebody comments in a disparaging way, and Supreme Court cites the person for contempt. I never saw any. Now, my fear is that in our democracy, the freedom of expression, I agree that there are limits, that people should not take advantage to, go to town insulting people anyhow. However, the practice where Supreme Court will consistently be summoning people before it because of expression of opinion on their judgment, with all due respect, I believe that it is an abuse of the power of contempt. What is your view on this matter? And what would you do to maybe disabuse the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian, that thing that the Supreme Court is simply refusing criticism when it does that?
Mr. Chair, I just want to find out whether it's hypothetical.
We have close to 400 courts. Within these 400 courts, we have 5 levels of courts: district courts, circuit courts, high courts, court of appeal, and Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is just one out of these 400 courts. And the Supreme Court is the ultimate voice of authority for the entire judicial stream. Now, if the Supreme Court is not alert and alive to its responsibility to ensuring that the justice systems are not denigrated beyond boundaries, those below us are likely to suffer much more than we. And I can say that this is not a recent trend. The issuing of contempt summons has always been a tool that has been used by courts to ensure that the dignity of the court is not scandalized. If you go through the history of our systems, you will find many examples. And so I think that my simple answer would be that the court is one out of 400 courts. The court is the ultimate voice. And whenever the court acts, whether it's the High Court, the Court of Appeal, or the Supreme Court, acts using the tool of contempt, is to ensure that the justice sector is not scandalized beyond boundaries.
Mr. Chair, a quick follow-up.
No, let me just get... My Lord, you've been a lawyer for over 35 years. Am I right?
Yes.
In this 35-year period, if you recall, how many such contempt relating to a comment on the Supreme Court have you heard of, or can you remember, if any?
I'd like to remember a case from the High Court, not just one case. That's where the High Court is consistent. I'd like to remember the incident of the 2013 election petition, when some political activists even were convicted. Some of them were not convicted because they came and purged themselves of contempt. Somebody was convicted. And yes, it goes on all the time. I remember an incident around 2008. And sometimes summons are issued, but the public doesn't hear because the persons run very quickly to purge themselves of contempt.
But in your 35 years with the Supreme Court, you can't count more than 5, can you?
I would say not, and that is good because that we shouldn't have a lot of such situations.
Well, it's because you use the word consistent. That's why I wanted to be sure. Maybe some had gone, I can count about 3 or 4. Consistency then eluded me.
I'm grateful.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, the follow-up was that don't you consider the practice as a fetter on the right to freedom of expression?
The tool of contempt proceeding, holding for contempt of the court, is an age-old tool. It is one of the tools the court has been given to ensure that the peace and stability of the nation is not jeopardized. And so I would be very careful to have a problem with any of the tools that the courts have been given to administer justice.
Do you think we should have a contempt act?
Sorry, you're done. You're done.
Chairman,
Yeah.
I just want to find out from the nominee. Just a follow-up. Assuming a citizen comments on a particular ruling from the Supreme Court and uses a word like an unsound reasoning, would you consider that an insult or the view of that citizen? If a citizen describes a ruling from a Supreme Court as an unsound reasoning, will you consider that as an insult or an opinion of the citizen?
Very often within the legal rhetoric, we use the expression sound and unsound. And so I would not.
Yes. Honorable Bearman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Your Ladyship, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I see that for your CV, you've tried to explain better your background. Of course, everybody is trying to claim you. Cape Coast, Winneba, Gomwa, Alon, Wesley Girls, Achimota. Congrats that everybody is proud of you.
I'm grateful.
Of course, women of Ghana. Yesterday, my good friend Ace Anan Ankoma did a fantastic piece. There's a special feature. Has company law sculpted Justice Gertrude Tokonu for Ghana? I don't know whether you've seen it.
I have.
You have. Indeed, in his piece, he made reference to the famous case of Bernard Sam versus Registrar of Companies, the 2014 case. And if I may be permitted to quote, as to quote you, you said, "It is my humble evaluation that this is a case which typifies the horrors of delays in our justice system. The appeal record is all of 24 pages. So why has it taken this appeal so long to reach judgment? The inordinate delay of 2 years between the High Court judgment and the placing of the case before the Court of Appeal for judgment is indeed worrisome and calls for reforms in the sluggish mode in which appeal records are prepared, ratified, served, and made ready for judgment. That was in 2014. My question is, what reforms have been made and do you intend to initiate to confront, as you said, the sluggish mode in which appeal records are prepared, ratified, served, and made ready for judgment?
There have been several reforms. As we speak now, we have 3 centers for production of appeal records, 3 central points. Every registry, of course, is has a duty to produce appeal records. Every process in the judicial delivery system is guided by law, is guided by rules, and is guided by fundamental rules such as the natural justice rules. And therefore, in creating any reforms, one has to be mindful of the fact that every party has to receive notice. Every party has to be heard. And these are some of the reasons for the horrific delays that sometimes we encounter. What I would do, or what I intend to do, in consultation with all my stakeholders, is to invest in practice directions, practice manuals, standard operating manuals or practices that registrars and other court staff have to comply with within time. Of course, always hedged by law. I think that sometimes we leave too much to parties because the process belongs to parties. But we have to compel parties also to move their cases along. Otherwise, we get the brunt of the criticism.
Thank you. My second question is about the status of the e-justice system. To quote Ace, he says, "It is hoped that if or when confirmed, Justice Tokonu's undoubtedly redoubtable judicial favor and expressed frustrations with the judicial or the justice delivery system combined will lead to the much needed root and stem reforms that scale up the current e-justice system to completely digitize and digitalize the court experience, deploying technology to further reimagine and transform our civil and criminal justice system." So as I started, what is the status of the e-justice system?
The e-justice system is a shift of the manual way in which we have done business for the last 100 and more years into the digital realm, which means that it comprises e-filing, e-service, e-hearings, e-case management, e-administration, and eventually should have e-auctions. Now, that's a national system. So we've had a lot of breaks when we have weaknesses in the national fabric. For instance, you cannot order e-service totally when everybody doesn't have an email address. So everything we do, we have to ensure that we are moving in tandem with the national system. It's good to see the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digitalization here. And I'm sure she sometimes gets a bit tired of all the different messages that I send to her on different issues. At every turn, it's an infrastructural machinery, and that in that infrastructure, everything must be properly situated and covered by law, and must have verification, validation, authentication. Everything must be in place. So it's not a simple situation. We are doing it step by step. And if indeed we've taken a long time in one location because we want to make sure that when we move it, we don't carry along mistakes.
Before you, let me ask this follow-up question. From what you have discussed, probably the entire value chain, the legal delivery system, have that been factored in the legal training?
Yes, we have consistent training. In fact, change management is a big thing. And that we have to train clerks, interpreters, registrars, registry staff, judges. And you know, this is a community in which there's a lot of technophobia. So you have to deal with the technophobia. You have to, you have to deal with getting people interested in using the machines. And then the stakeholders, the citizens.
My interest was at the schools, the faculties and the law school have their training taking into account the e-system.
We are developing curriculum for that, to introduce, because really every aspect of law now has to look at the e-angle. Contracts are virtually done online now, banking, financing. So the law schools really ought to be incorporating e-thinking.
Thank you, Your Ladyship. Of course, the last question will be on the common, normal issue as to entry into the law school, and not only entry, leaving the law school. Indeed, for some of us who finished the law school in the 90s, we just more or less entered the law school. And after the 4 years, we left. But it appears that the young people that you meet, they tell you it's a nightmare to be able to enter the law school. Of course, Ghana has grown. We've become far bigger than what Ghana was. There are more schools training people to be lawyers. The other aspect is when they enter, after going through all this hell to enter, it takes them another hell to leave. And as I said, for us, we were during our time, you couldn't, people would be called to the bar in October, a few will be referred. April, they get a mini call, and that's the end of it. But you ever hear people talking about having been referred for so many times, and indeed, you only pray that they're able to leave within the shortest time. What would you think you can bring on board to help address this problem, not completely eradicate this situation, because it depends on other things apart from your administration? What would you think we should do to be able to make progress in this situation, in this regard?
I think, I'm sure when you went to law school, you were a full-time student and you were quite young. That was my situation, straight from sixth form. And we just studied. Now, many people in the law school are working. And I think that that affects their ability to really engage with the law and pass the exams. If you recall, in the last 6 months, at least 1,000 people have been called to the bar. The last major call had 860 or so people being called to the bar. We had a mini call a few weeks ago, more than almost 200 people. I mean, a mini call having 200 people, that's unprecedented. So they are coming out and they are going in. But I think that the journey is a struggle for working people.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. Your Ladyship, Justice Gertrude Araba Esebasaki.
Isaba.
Isaba. Don't worry, I'm a Kusasi man, so from Sirim. So the minority side of this committee actually had reservations about participating in your vetting this morning because you participated in the decision involving Honorable James Quayson. You asked that his name be struck off the records of members of parliament. But as a member of the panel and as a court, you did not give a reasoned judgment. So as we speak, we don't know the basis on which the court arrived at that conclusion. And there's uncertainty among us as members of parliament, knowing that our Supreme Court is also our constitutional court that should guide us as a country in terms of how we run public affairs. We would have thought that on a matter in which we were so divided in terms of the two political parties, a matter that was litigated from the very day in which this parliament was sworn in, the night of the swearing in of this parliament, till the 17th of May when you gave your ruling. It's a very divisive matter. We thought you would have carried all of us along by giving a reasoned judgment. Because when you give the judgment and you don't give the reasons, in between, people fill it with propaganda, speculation, and that just divides the country. It doesn't help us to move along together as one people. So we wanted the reasoning in that judgment to be able to really evaluate you, in addition to all the things that you have given us. But we've reached a negotiated position with our colleagues in which we've been assured that we will not vote on you today after this hearing, and that when we finish today, when the Supreme Court gives the reason, we will have another opportunity to now assess you on the basis of the quality of the reasoning of the court, and then we can take a decision. On that basis, I have no question for you today. I would wait for that day when we have the opportunity, and I will focus my questions on the reasoning that you will give in that matter.
I have an answer for your no question.
Yes, please.
Honorable Member, can I have an answer for your no question?
I will give you the permission. Please proceed.
And my answer is that I have given hundreds of judgments from High Court till now. And I think that it would have been a really great relief to know that I am assessed on my work as a whole. And then two, the judgments of the Supreme Court. You know, the Supreme Court is not a court unless 5 people are sitting. And in constitutional matters, we are 7. So 7 people are working together. And that's why very often, indeed, almost invariably, every judgment given by the Supreme Court comes out, the reasons come out long after the orders and the rulings, because that's how we work. Everybody has to check the jots and the tittles before you get the final script.
Yes, I thought you said you're not asking very much. If you want to ask a question,
Mr. Chairman,
you have 3 opportunities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
No, wait. He has 3 questions. You commented that you may not ask further questions. But if you want to ask further questions, I'll give you the opportunity.
No, I'm not asking a question. She gave a response to my comment that I would reserve my questions.
No,
and
she
so
responded to the issue as to why there is no reasons on the day they pronounced the judgment. That's the response she gave.
Well, she was hoping that I would take a decision based on all the decisions that she has already handed, both as
If you want
High
to
Court
ask,
and
please
etc.
go ahead and ask your question.
No, I'm just saying that this specific decision for me is the most influential. That's why I want to focus on it.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Justice Gertrude Araba Saba Sakitokono, I congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you.
The name is
My Lord,
actually Tokono, not Tokunu.
Tokono. Of course, I'm also from Dagbong, so sometimes you have to understand that the phonetics would vary. Thank you very much for the correction. So, my lady, when you were at the commercial court, I was then in the law school, and your court was more like, if you like, the Mecca for some of the law students. It was a place that we used to go to add to our knowledge of company law that was being taught by Mr. Setasanti.
Thank you.
I remember Justice Tanko as well. His court used to also be packed to the rafters. So we feel that you've made your mark. But
thank you.
I have a few questions for you. First, let's go to page 12 of your CV on books and place. Books and Place, Gertrude Tokonu, 2010. The Child and the Rainbow, Anthropology of Poetry, printed by Comet Impressions. Can you tell us something about that book? I like children a lot, so I think that maybe it has to do with children. Maybe I'll learn a thing or two.
There's hardly anything about children in it. I think the child in the title refers to myself. And I wrote it at a time when I was not a child. But that collection really dealt with my Christian experience. So it was a collection of poetry that had come out of me during my times of Bible study and just thinking about Christian doctrine and having Christian experiences. And that's why that particular collection is called The Child in the Rainbow.
Thank you very much. My Lord, the Supreme Court gave a decision, and I'm making reference to the matter that my colleague, Honorable Ayariga, just referred to. The panel was made up of Justice Jones Doche as presiding judge, Nene Amegache, Justice Justice Mariama Owusu, Justice Gertrude Tokonu, Justice Professor Henrietta Mensah Bunsu, Justice Emmanuel Yoni Kolendi, and Justice Baba Akayensu. It was a unanimous decision. You said that you filed a judgment at the court's registry on the 7th of June. Essentially, what the court did was to declare unconstitutional the election of Honorable Jeche Kwesin. And that his election more or less violates and contaminates the Constitution under Article 94(2). Now, The court made reference, you cited a number of your previous decisions, including the matter involving Senator Rawlings, which, settles the matter. Oh, please, take it easy. Allow me. You said you won't ask questions, so let me ask the question for you. Please. You said...
Order, please.
I'll ask the question for you. I'll ask the question for you. My lady, the matter in reference has to do with the decision of the Supreme Court, not decision of Justice Tokono. How do you view the position that it appears that the decision is being imposed on one person? You are not even the presiding judge to start with. And secondly, assuming without admitting that you are the one writing the judgment, I'm not saying you are the one writing the judgment. Is it the decision of the justice writing the judgment? Are you the one who volunteers, or is the presiding judge who nominates somebody to write the judgment? Thank you very much, my Lord.
My Lord, you can ignore the first part of the question. Just the second part that you may answer.
Well, because this is a public hearing, I thought that I should answer, I should inquire about how he seems to have seen the ruling judgment, because I haven't seen it. I know, you see, the way our court works, we sit in conference, we sit in conference over every decision, every matter before us. As I said, it's not a court unless there are 5 people or 7 people. And so all these people will sit in conference. Everybody will present their position, their evaluation. We will agree the orders, the conclusion. We will craft the orders and the rulings. We will share it. Everybody will approve. And then it will be written. Sometimes, I have actually been on a panel in which different judges wrote different parts of the judgment. It was a very interesting experience. Sometimes one person will write it. Sometimes more than 2 people will write it. And in this particular situation, we had concluded on our orders and rulings, and we gave that to the public. And the judgment is currently a work in progress.
Thank you very much, my lady, for the clarification on this matter. In other words, it is not one person's decision, it's the court's decision. My lady, when you appeared before this committee in 2019, I was then selling petrol. I was then working at National Petroleum Authority, so I was not here. Now I'm here. One of the questions that was asked of you had to do with your demeanor on the bench. Some said you were confrontational, uncompromising, you were fastidious, you were meticulous, and so on and so forth. But I have, like I said, seen you in action. And I see that you are very, very meticulous. I believe that we are vetting you today not as a justice of the Supreme Court, as the chief administrator, head of the judiciary, has to do with administration. And I believe your meticulousness would come to bear because you can't afford to make mistakes. And so those observations that had previously been made, I believe, were adequately answered, would now come to stand instead of you and then make your administration, I believe, a very, memorable one. What would you want to be remembered with long after you have left the bench? long after you have served as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, at least for the next 10 years?
An increase in efficiency. And if as a lawyer, you would have noticed that the rules of court have laced within them timelines. And so I would be focusing very much on what strategic interventions. Indeed, the current strategic plan of the Judicial Service has that as one of the first action lines. What interventions to ensure that we adhere to the timelines that the law anticipates in the delivery of our work. I would also want to be remembered for incorporating technology effectively. I'd want to be remembered for an increase in capacity building, raising the capacity of the entire judicial service so high that we are known for excellence, among other things.
Thank you very much. I wish you well, my lady.
You're done. Yes, Vera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, good morning, Honorable Nominee, Your Ladyship.
Good morning.
I want to take you to page 2 of your CV. I just found something very curious there. And in January 1969 to June 1973, Ejumako Local Government Primary School and Ejumako Methodist Middle School, and you have into brackets Class 2 to Middle School Form 1. And you have another bracket that says, I escaped Class 5. Would you want to share with this committee what those circumstances were? Thank you.
I know your committee is meticulous. You calculate the years and the dates. And I knew that if you calculated this, you would find that the class levels I was supposed to have been in would be short of 1 year. So I needed to explain to you that I didn't go to Class 5. I was jumped. I was under the authority of my parents and my teachers, and that's what they thought I should do.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. My second question has to do with, yeah, of course, looking at what would you say will be the 5 topmost qualities that a Chief Justice must have, and whether you embody those qualities. Not in any particular order, you can just share them with us. Thank you.
I think a very deep knowledge of the law, because our institution is one that must be a standard bearer and must be a protector of the rule of law. So the Chief Justice must have a very deep knowledge of the law and the philosophies of the law and how they operate nitty-gritty. The Chief Justice must be a person with emotional intelligence, able to deal with all the people. I think a Chief Justice must also be progressive in thinking, because you are managing a resource for the country, the administration of justice. A Chief Justice, I've given you 3, and you want 5. I think a Chief Justice must have that sense of responsibility to the entire country, because the weakest person needs justice. And so you must have that sense of responsibility and compassion. And last, the Chief Justice should be able to network with every community, because our work is done in communities.
Thank you, Your Ladyship. I think my final question would rest on maybe one of the ingredients I expected you to mention, which is personal integrity, because it's become very important in the scheme of things in this country for now. One of my colleagues earlier asked you about the perception that the Supreme Court is become an appendage of the executive. And I think you tried to give us some responses to that effect. I will want to go back on that and just want to find out from you that we have citizens who live online. We call them netizens. And they come up with all sorts of opinions and views about everything that happens within our judicial system. Would you say that you'll be able, would you be able to tell this committee how we got here as a nation where all of us have become suspicious of the Supreme Court?
Not all of us.
And allow me to ask my question. Allow me to ask my question. Where all of us have become suspicious of a lot of the decisions and rulings that emanate from the Supreme Court, and what you will do to eradicate that negative perception, whether rightly or wrongly, and to give us a better face of the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Well, on the question of personal integrity, I thought that that was an unquestioned, because I think that anyone who has interacted with me knows that I don't compromise on that. When it comes to the multiplicity of voices on the internet, on opinions about the courts and the Supreme Court, I think that an excellent answer or an excellent help tool will be to constantly put out the data on our work. So for instance, if at a material time we're dealing with the court, our court is dealing with 200 appeals, and none of them has to do with anybody in the political space. We're dealing with public interest actions, originating actions. I'm sorry, I have a 12 o'clock alarm. It's to help me know that the day is, yes, thank you. So the data will help us, because honestly, the number of cases that involve persons in the political space are so few compared to the work we do. Perhaps the ordinary citizen doesn't talk too much about what they have in court, and maybe those in the political space talk a lot about what they have in court, and that's why that is there. And putting out the data, I guess, will help to give a sense of proportion.
Yes, Honorable Boama.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and congratulations, my lady.
Thank you.
My question one is taken from your answers you gave to this committee as far back as 2019. And the report of the committee on your answers to a question on judicial reforms in Ghana's business environment. You gave an elaborate answer on how our asset register was not properly used, difficulty in judges getting information from the company's registry, and so forth. The Companies Act, fortunately, came into being in 2019. Can you share with this committee some of the challenges you had with the previous act and how this new act has helped with the business environment or reforms that you spoke about when you appeared before us in 2019? Thank you.
I think that my answer, if I recall correctly, dealt a lot with properties, and the fact that executing judgments was a nightmare because you could hardly guarantee property ownership from the records from our land registry and other property registries. The Judicial Service is constantly engaging in different programs. And we have been through what we call the Business Enabling Environment Program. We are currently going through the Business Regulatory Regime initiatives, both of them with the Ministry of Trade. And in those programs, we are responsible for the enforcing contract segments. And what we do is design strategies to ensure that our work is made more efficient, and then engage other stakeholders whose work affects us. So when it comes to property registration, I recall that a few years ago, we requested that through local government, we should have access to the property rates registries, so that could help us verify home ownership during execution processes. So those are some of the initiatives. But I must say that it's in the trial court that a judge really comes face to face with the problems. And so now, and I have been out of the trial court for more than 10 years. So now as an administrator, I'm going to engage seriously again with the problems faced by trial judges so that we can find solutions.
Chairman, my second question is those around this table are politicians, and when it suits us, we make all sorts of promises to the public for obvious reasons. My lady, let me refer you to Chapter 8 of our Constitution. And the chairman doesn't want us to be asking questions that you are knowledgeable about, but this one is it's about the executive, and particularly Article 71(1)(b). 71(1)(b), for the benefit of our listening public. Okay, 71(1)(b). The salaries, the side note is determination of certain emoluments. The salaries and allowances payable and the facilities and privileges available to 1B, the Chief Justice and other justices of the Superior Court of Judicature. I looked at Article 290 and found that this chapter is an entrenched provision of our Constitution. And elaborate procedures have been set out for the amendment of those provisions. And this is what most people talk about as, or call, the ex gratia. What is your view? Because previously you spoke about in support of some constitutional reforms and reviews by the Constitutional Review Commission. What is your take on this public debate on ex gratia? Thank you. Which affects your office and the office of other justices of the Superior Court.
I think that consistently the Association of Magistrates and Judges have responded to the question of ex gratia for judges and made it very clear that judges don't receive ex gratia. We continue in office. We don't go anywhere until we retire. We don't have a cycle. And therefore, the discussion of ex gratia is not at all applicable to us. And this specific provision where our names are mentioned, deals with how our salaries are set. And Article 71, as you know, there's a committee, a presidential committee that does that work. And the framers of the Constitution thought that that was the appropriate thing to keep us independent. And we are not the only persons subject to it. But you are right that this is an entrenched provision, and it can only be changed by very elaborate procedures.
Thank you, my lady. My last question is on your CV. Hobbies. Watching movies. Obviously, Kuma Wood. And I'm sure you like Kuma Wood. Reading, writing, and evangelism. 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 What is evangelism and what do you do? Do you have time to go out to preach the word of God with this very difficult duty as a Justice of the Supreme Court and now the Chief Justice nominee? Thank you very much and congratulations.
Evangelism is informing anyone that salvation lies in no other person than the Lord Jesus Christ, and that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. And you ask whether I have time. I think that anyone expresses their core beliefs consistently in whatever they do and however they spend their time. I think a previous questioner asked me, the honorable member asked me about my book, The Child in the Rainbow. That's a writing that expresses my faith, and I do that all the time. And then I also lace it into my conversations. And I hope that anybody listening now will know that. John 3:16. That for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Thank you.
Hello, the comment at the table is that John 3:16 means something else to other people.
In fact, to us, John 3:16 or Napo. Napo.
Yes, Honorable Gaga.
There is only one source for John 3:16.
Your Ladyship. Your Ladyship, if you're given the nod, you'd be the head of the judicial arm of government, one of the three arms. Now, that arm of government has not been spared of criticism. And some of the criticisms can be described as perceptions or real. I'll just give you quite a number of them. First of all, the judiciary has been accused of bias, especially when it is handling political cases, so to speak. In fact, some have argued that in recent times, the Supreme Court has developed the appetite to hand down unanimous verdicts when it is handling political cases. The judiciary has also been accused of delayed justice delivery. Delayed justice delivery. And unfortunately, corruption. Your Ladyship, if you are given the nod, what steps would you take to erase some of those perceptions, particularly the one that borders on bias when the court is seized with the so-called political cases. Now, this matter gained prominence when our Minister for National Security spoke in a sensitization workshop when the National Security Strategy was launched. And these were the words of the Minister for National Security. He said, "Injustice," and I'm quoting him, "occasioned as a result of the absence of an effective justice delivery system or delayed justice or biased justice is certainly a threat to national security. Indeed, when injustice abounds, particularly in situations where the bench, which is considered the final arbiter of disputes, is deemed biased, citizens tend to take the law into their own hands, and most times without recourse to the established systems of justice delivery," unquote. The source is My Joy Online, dated 8th April 2022. Honorable Obiamwa.
My Lord, please respond to the question.
He asked, his question is, I have captured two: bias from unanimous decisions and corruption. There was a second one.
Delayed justice.
Delayed, yes. All right. On the issue of unanimous decisions, I think that whenever you encounter a unanimous decision, it tells you that the law is totally on the side of the position taken by the court. That every member of the court, in fidelity to their judicial oath, cannot take a different position. It tells you that that is what the law is. So the only response is to learn from what the law says. So it's not a matter of bias. It's a matter of the legal position. Then, on the issue of corruption within the judiciary, I think that from my experience, I have come to understand how these perceptions abound. As I said, the judicial service has more than 7,000 employees. Only 400 or so are part of the judiciary. Anyone who presents themselves as able to take money on behalf of a judge gives that perception. And very often, we as judges, including those of us with the reputation of being unbribable, find ourselves in that corner where people go out and present that they are going to give you money. And others believe it because they don't know it. So they don't know that you are unbribable. So there's a whole market, we call it judicial predators. There's a whole predatory group around our function. And that is something that we constantly try to address in our study of ethics, both for judges and for staff. So there are interventions, they just have to be deepened. And then for the community to understand, this is something I would really love to tell Ghanaians, that for every 10 people who tell you, give me money for a judge, you can be sure that 9 likely is going into that person's pocket and not to a judge. So please, don't give money to people to take to judges because it's their own market. It's unfortunate that that perception has prevailed because of the nature of our work. Our work is extremely technical. Sometimes people lose cases because they didn't abide with rules of court, they didn't abide with rules of evidence, they didn't abide with substantive law precepts, and so they lose the case and they don't understand. The law is difficult. That's why law school is difficult. And so when people lose cases, they tend to wonder why they lost. And then they come up with all sorts of notions. And so if you ask me, I would actively engage the community, as my predecessors have done. I'll heighten it, and I would speak very aggressively about being wary of those who present that they can give money to judges.
Your Ladyship, in response to an earlier question by the Honorable Zuera, you spoke about the qualities of a Chief Justice. Now, I'd like to know from you, I know ever since you got elevated to the Supreme Court bench, you participated in determining quite a number of cases which bordered on constitutional interpretation. Now, what is your judicial philosophy when it comes to constitutional interpretation?
I think that generally, when you look at the theories around judicial philosophy, I can describe myself as a textualist. I'm always interested in the context. Because I'm interested in the text, I'm interested in the context. And that's what I try to do in every work. What did the law say? And what is the current context? What are the facts of this particular matter? And so that's my answer.
Okay, so Your Ladyship, this is a follow-up question on the view.
Ask your question. If there's a need to give you another one, I'll give you, but you ask your question.
Very well, Honorable Speaker. So, if I understood you well, you're a textualist. So, what views would you then have on theories such as a living constitution, as espoused into for an attorney general, so that the constitution, when you are interpreting it and the need arises, you must treat it as a living constitution because it evolves over time. What would be your view then, having stated categorically that you are a textualist? What would you do in a situation like that?
I would not be an activist in the sense of reading into what how the Constitution ought to be interpreted just because society has evolved or changed or whatever. I will consistently ask what was in the mind of the framers of the Constitution, what are these particular facts, and I would read the Constitution as a whole. And then I would also look at all the supporting statutes and the regulations. You know, lawmakers, I have a very healthy respect for lawmakers. Lawmakers do a thoroughly good job. And so it's important to always take a deep dive into all the different arenas of legality around a particular question. And that's why I say I'm a textualist. I'll look at the text and the context before I come to a conclusion.
Last question. Oh, please, please. My lady, the career magistrate program, which was instituted some time ago, was meant to solve a specific problem at the time because not too many lawyers wanted to join the bench at that level. Now, I am reliably informed that some career magistrates have been cleared to do further studies. And as a result, quite a number have now been called to the bar. Your Ladyship, if you are giving the nod, what do you intend to do with those career magistrates who have now become lawyers in terms of their elevation and what have you? Because originally they were employed as career magistrates. The idea was that they would stay there. But now they have become lawyers. How do you intend to deal with them, your leadership?
As you know, the Chief Justice can never take a decision alone. So these decisions are taken with the Judicial Council. These decisions are taken with management. And so I would rather get the views of my community in the way forward. But the Judicial Service, as I said, is a human institution. So we had a certain position, the career magistrates came in. The understanding was that they appreciated that they would remain magistrates. But the humans, and they decided that they have aspirations. They want to study. And so we've had, there's been a review of the system. I guess there will have to be a constant review until we reach total equilibrium.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Communication.
Congratulations, your leadership. I've known
you
you for over 30 years and admire not just your intellect, but your personality and the principles that guide you in your life and work.
Thank you.
And I've also worked closely with you on the e-justice project, which you chair and have oversight of. I know a lot has been done to use digital technology to improve the efficiency and output of the judicial service. However, challenges still persist. So what are some of those, and how will you work to resolve them?
I think a constant challenge will be how to move the system to what you and I call the last man. The last man is the person living in a village who hasn't got access to Wi-Fi easily. And so we always have to design the manual side and ensure that the rules of operation can be engaged both digitally and manually without putting anybody at a disadvantage. And so that's a principal challenge. It's an ongoing process. And I think that even in advanced countries, you can hardly find a totally digitized system. And so the e-justice will have to constantly grow at that rate. And we may find that 40 years from now, maybe there are still people who are insisting on living manually. And we have to provide for their access to justice. So it's a process we have to work with.
Thank you. I give you our assurance that we stand ready to support you in this endeavor.
I'm grateful.
You've been involved in the practical administration of justice literally all your life, both as a practicing lawyer and a judge. And you've seen the evolution of this sector and the impact that some of the developments ongoing in the sector may have had on the quality of advocacy at the bar. What suggestions do you have to improve upon that, if indeed there are challenges with the quality of advocacy at the bar?
I think that continuing legal education is critical. It's legal education in subjects that are identified as a necessary source of learning or the need to increase capacity in at every material time. Many countries require that lawyers go through study in particular subjects throughout the year, a certain number of hours, etc. And I know that there's a brisk conversation going on about it, and that's something I'll engage the bar on. There's already a process, or there's already a program in place, and I'll engage the bar on actively about it. That is needed for increasing the quality of advocacy, because advocacy is not just the oral presentation, but even the quality of pleadings and the quality of appreciation of the rules of court. And if there's a bad lawyer, or there's bad lawyering, not bad lawyer, but bad lawyering, then you know that the poor citizen may lose a case when they didn't need to.
In 2012, Honorable Adamu Dramani Sakande, the then NPP MP for Bawku Central, was convicted by an Accra High Court after being found guilty of perjury and forgery. This decision was hailed by the NDC, leading to a by-election which brought Honorable Mahama Yarega to Parliament. I have no doubt.
Honorable, for the record, there was no by-election.
Okay. Okay. Which led to Honorable Mahama Ayariga coming to Parliament.
Chairman,
I have no doubt
that's also not true.
That despite the fact that
I was in Parliament before.
I have no doubt, as Member of Parliament for Bawku Central in 2012.
Can you proceed with the question and leave the individuals out, please?
Mr. Chairman, I have no doubt that despite the fact that losing parties and their supporters may not like the outcome of the cases, they utilize the mechanisms of the judicial system, including the review process, to see if they can overturn it. Or they learn to live with it, just like the MPP did in 2012. In view of your answer on the allegation of bias due to unanimous decisions being an indication that the decision confirms the legal position, would you advise our friends on the other side who seem unhappy at the James Kwachi case?
Honorable, can you reframe your question, please? She has no business advising any side. Please. If you want to ask a question on the law,
okay,
please do.
Would you encourage all parties before the courts to use the legal processes to advance whatever position that they want, or live with the decisions of the courts, whether they like it or not? Thank you.
The courts produce their rulings and their judgments, and beyond that, we have no other opinions.
Yes, Honorable Fuseja.
Congratulations, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, the courts are choked. Litigation is expensive, and we all agree that it takes too long a time for litigants to get justice. What will you do in promoting alternative dispute resolution if you are given the nod as the Chief Justice?
I'm very grateful for that question. A lot of work has been done. I intend to increase the tempo of that work. As you know, we have CI 133 that would...
I want
want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, be a want to be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Mepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you
well.
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I think you've been in Ghana for, like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which? Which one?
I love wache. I like
Okay.
jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know
That's
if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes.
Oh,
I like
that's nice.
good light soup.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh,
We
okay.
we just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. and we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building a residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking, or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
you should always have the right team for
yes.
your business to
Yes.
help it spread and
Yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
yes.
children,
yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company, and construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of, like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house, and I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired, growing up, people that would get passive income. Like, I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, we do want to protect your investment, and I think having the let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors,
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the Palm Street, and as you can see, You have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all that. So basically, that is the vision here.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. So whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. I mean, the vision of our CEO is also that we want to get a community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source our materials also from here in Ghana. Yes. Okay.
I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. Exactly. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have gray, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a gray. Okay. But so it just blends in. It gives you a very bright community.
Okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy? Okay, so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium. Okay. We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we'll have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. Okay. We'll go and see that. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's really beautiful. How much went into all these? Okay. What plans went into putting these edifices? Okay,
so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything, 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3. And then ongoing, we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. It's very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have. And so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building. You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of additions to it. You have spaces for families to sit around for families. You have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3. I want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose hall and a swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is the recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think there's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about up there.
Exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to do some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good,
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us around and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow. Even for babies, you can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes. I mean, this is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of these.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so maybe if
we can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly.
And then the bedroom is
here. Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Moving.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are